Fam, what is going on? Today is game day. I appreciate you guys being here. Today is the Roll Tide watch along. You got Alabama taking on Vanderbilt. Can I get a Roll Tide inside the comment box? Let me know where you guys are watching from. I appreciate you guys being here today on the show. You know, as we get into this game, you know, I'm excited to see what Alabama can do against Vanderbilt. Let me know your level of excitement on a scale of 1 to 10, all right? And it better be a 10. I don't want this to be a letdown game any shape or form, okay? Because you're going into this game, you got to have the right psychological mindset to be able to come and play 4 quarters of football against Vanderbilt, right? A team that we know is going to punch above their belt. We've talked about their quarterback. We talked about their new coaching staff. We talked about this is a different type of Vanderbilt team. Well, what hasn't changed is the Alabama Crimson Tide and Vanderbilt, right? So get fired up. Be excited because here comes Diego Pavia. The game's going to be on SEC Network, so watch it with us. I appreciate you guys being here. Yo, this guy's a baller, right? He's absolutely feeling it. There's 47 minutes to game time, so this is our pregame show. Let me explain how the show goes on. So if you're like new to the show, this is how it works, right? This is the pregame show where we talk about some college football scores. A couple games have kicked off. I'm not surprised to see this score that I'm about to show you on the screen. This is Jalen Milroe. Look at this drip, and look at this chain. Does he look like he is absolutely dialed in? Jalen Milroe. All right, now let me ask you on the other question, okay? On a scale of 1 to 10, how dialed in does Jalen Milroe look? I'm going to say a 15, okay? This guy's coming for a business trip. This is a business trip. This is not a cakewalk. This is not a time to buy into the rat poison, okay? This is not the time. When we look to, I thought I had a photo of Ryan Williams up in here. I'll get it in a second. We'll have that in just a minute. But, you know, and I look to Jalen Milroe and what he's going to do today. This guy looks absolutely dialed in. What's up? We have 89 on. I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. There's another photo to you of Ryan Williams up that I want to showcase. Look, I'm not surprised to see the score that I'm about to show you. Viewer discretion advised. The Texas A&M all over Missouri. I'm not shocked to see this. This doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Because, look, I was cautious to put Missouri anywhere in the top 10. I feel bad for putting them in my college football rankings this past week. I didn't know it. You know, I didn't know how I was going to feel about Missouri because they really weren't tested. I mean, this is a team that just went to Vandy and went to overtime just recently. So I'm not surprised to see Texas A&M have their way with Missouri today, 41-10. Is anyone shocked by this game? Is there anyone out there that was like, oh my goodness, see, here comes Texas A&M? The thing is about the way that Texas A&M is running right now, they're 3-0 in SEC play. All right. So, I mean, they are in first place. They've played the most games than anyone in SEC play, and they are now in first place. Texas A&M 4-1 under Elko. Quarterback has a nice game, 18-22. Moss has 12 carries for 138 yards. Missouri will come to Tuscaloosa here in a couple weeks to tangle with the Crimson Tide. Kyle Anderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining. What's up? Javion, Angel, Dion, Javion, Brian, what's up, man? Angel, Andrew, Jordan, what's going on, man? I see you inside the comment box. Thank you very much for being here on the pregame show. This is the pregame watch along. The game is on the SEC Network. We'll walk you through it. If you're new to this, we got stats, scores. You know, we talk about game highlights as it happens. Alabama is I think there's the 22-point favorite. I mean, the line opened at 24. You know, it's kind of bumped up a little bit or, you know, trimmed down a little bit now to 22. I think Alabama, you know, definitely beats Vanderbilt by more than 22 points today. Is it going to be an absolute blow? I mean, look, the past doesn't equal the future, but I just feel that Alabama's an absolute buzzsaw right now. What would be surprising to me if it's like 42-28. Right? There's no way that Vanderbilt scores more than 2 touchdowns in this game. All right, we talked about our score predictions on Saturday. It's not being fancy. I just think that Alabama is dialed in. I think the rat poison, you know, I don't think there's going to be rat poison in this game. I think there's rat poison in the next game against South Carolina, right? Coach Smith say we're going to beat Missouri to sleep. I mean, looks like it. Look, we like their coach. Who doesn't like some Eli Drinkwitz? I think he's a good football coach. Missouri, it was never safe to drink the Kool-Aid, right? I feel bad about having them in my 12-team playoffs this last week, but who else are you going to put in there? All right, let's look at a couple of other scores that took place today in the world of college football. You have SMU defeating Louisville. Again, I'm not surprised by this. SMU had their way with Florida State, did whatever they wanted to do, right? Louisville was just beaten by Notre Dame, another team that I feel is completely overrated. I don't want to talk about Notre Dame and think that now is their comeback time. It's not. Notre Dame, it's not. We've talked about that a million different ways. Penn State beats UCLA by a score of 27-11 and moved to 5-0 on the season and 2-0 in Big Ten play. That's another team. I'm not buying Penn State. Is there anyone buying Penn State in this room? Does anybody feel that the Nittany Lions, like, this is it this year? I don't know. Last night, did anybody have a chance to watch Dylan Gabriel in Oregon defeat Michigan State? I watched that game. I did. And I know there was 2 games on, and I watched the worst of the 2. I wanted to watch UNLV in Syracuse, and if you go back and check my receipts, I said that Syracuse would beat UNLV. I'm not surprised to see it. But I did want to watch Oregon. My takeaway on the Ducks is that, Michigan State's not a good football team. The quarterback's pretty good. Oregon, are they like a top 10 elite team? I don't know who wins between Oregon and Penn State. I don't know. I don't know. I still don't know. But I do like Dylan Gabriel. I will say that. And he does, he's a playmaker. He had some costly interceptions there in the red zone last night. He's 20 of 32, 257 yards with 2 touchdowns. The running back's tight. James, he had 166 yards last night. So, they certainly have athletes. I don't know. We've always been so high on Dan Lanning for a bunch of different reasons, which is fine. He is a quality coach. Has he won the big one yet? No, but maybe at some point in time, the Ducks will really make a run. I'm kind of cautious to rank Oregon at this point in time, but then again, like, who do you rank? And I think there's a lot of parity, from teams that are ranked from 5 to 15. I think a lot of those teams are interchangeable. Yesterday, we were talking about how many feel that Tennessee, a team that plays Arkansas today, are they for real? I don't know. That could be a difficult game for Tennessee. Sam Pittman's a pretty good coach. I think there's parity within the SEC. But anyways, Texas A&M defeats Missouri today by a score of 41-10. Everybody's talking about that game. You saw a college game day in Berkeley today, up in California. That's Northern California. Hop, skip, and a jump, and a bridge crossing from San Francisco up to Cal. Anybody been to Berkeley inside the comment box? I've been to Berkeley. T, say what's up. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone.
T's up in the house today producing. We appreciate you, T. T, have you ever been to Berkeley?
No, I haven't.
You never been up to Telegraph Street and kind of cruise down
I hear it's
Cal?
a cool campus.
It is. Have you heard of this thing called the Calgorithm?
No.
All right. Maybe we'll talk about the Calgorithm on some point in time. But anyways, Cal, they are hosting Miami tonight in a game that people are excited to see for many different reasons. Look, Cal, they could very well be 4-0. I'm surprised that they lost to Florida State. They had that game. Cal, yeah, it's absolutely wild. Last night they broke down the college football game day gates to get inside the kind of holding tank a little bit earlier to see Coach Saban. By the way, Coach Saban was on Coach Saban's performance today. It was marvelous. Like, he's getting more comfortable, and the more comfortable he gets, the better game day gets, right? Like, today they had Marshawn Lynch. Everybody knows Marshawn Lynch, right? Played for the Seahawks and was obviously at Cal, and everybody remembers when he was driving the go-kart on the field and just kind of loving life. As game day ends, right, Coach Saban looks to Marshawn Lynch. Did you guys see this? Did you guys watch the end of college football game day? And he's like, talking about the Super Bowl, he's like, 4th and 1, I am giving your ass the ball, right? So Coach Saban having fun with it. He was having fun today. having fun with Stanford Steve. At one point, too, Coach Saban, the crowd, the Cal crowd, started chanting for Coach Saban to take off. It sounded to me on TV like his shirt. And I was like, damn, like Coach Saban, there's zero chance he takes off his shirt, right? But they wanted him to take off. So what he did was he took off his towel or his tie and he started waving it around like a helicopter. All right? You know the song. And I don't know if he threw it. I don't think he did. No, I don't think he threw the tie. But he took it off. And next thing you know, Pat McAfee was like Johnny on the spot, and he had someone had tied a tie, and it was a Cal tie, right? The gold and the navy, and put the tie on Coach Saban, and Saban's rocking the Cal tie. Yeah, it was. The TV is getting too hot with Coach Saban. I love it. Anyways, they're taking on Miami, and this is weird because this is an ACC matchup. It's a cross country trip, right? Anyone flown from Miami to California? Inside the comment box? Again, I have. I'm knocking off a lot of bingo things in my life, okay? One time check this out. I flew from Miami. Actually, it was Fort Lauderdale. I flew from Fort Lauderdale to LAX on Spirit.
Oh, dang.
On Spirit, okay? So, yes, I have paid my dues. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. They didn't serve us water. They didn't serve us the food. Someone was freaking out one time. They were like, how much longer? It was like a 7-hour flight. I swear, the seats didn't go back.
Is it true they charge you for peanuts?
They charge you for breathing. Every time you breathe, they're just racking it up. So anyways, Miami goes to Cal. I'm watching this game, okay? Miami and Virginia Tech just tangled. I know that game was in Miami, but everybody knows how that game ended. It was a weird ending to that game. I felt that at one point in time, Virginia Tech was going to win that game. Now, Cam Ward did eventually ball out in the fourth quarter. He had some amazing plays. The guy is absolutely a superstar, just behind Jalen Milroe in terms of Heisman Trophy winning, the running. But I think when they go up to Cal's a pretty good team. They beat Auburn on the road. They lost to Florida State on the road. These teams are traveling cross country to play each other today. It kind of makes for an interesting game. I don't know. I probably end up taking Miami in this game, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Cal Bears hang close and keep it close with that game. Other games taking place within the top 25 tonight. And William, what's up? I see you. We got Alabama versus Vanderbilt. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along. The game starts at 3:15, so you got like 30 minutes before the game starts. Go get your popcorn, get your candy bars, and whatever pregame snacks that you have. And I appreciate you guys being here. We got T up in the house, so watch the game. We're watching with you. We react to the game as it happens, as news breaks. We bring it to you. Definitely follow us on all our social media channels as well. But most importantly, kick it with us right here on Bama Football on YouTube during the game. We appreciate you guys. All right. Iowa is taking on Baylor. Iowa is 4-0 on the season, and Baylor is 2-3. Remember, they lost recently to Colorado in dramatic fashion. Then you have USC, who is 1-1 in the Big Ten, taking on Minnesota. Miller Moss already has 1,200 yards passing on the season. Then you have Michigan taking on Washington. That game will be up in Washington. And then this is a game that I have my eye on, is number 4 Tennessee traveling to Arkansas to take on Sam Pittman and the Razorbacks. Is there anyone... Yeah, Fred, isn't that weird that Cal's in the ACC? It's weird. Is there anyone inside the comment box that thinks that maybe somehow, some way, that Arkansas beats Tennessee? I mean, Tennessee's favored by 2 scores, right? Games in Fayetteville. I don't know. Is there anyone that feels that Arkansas could maybe beat Tennessee? You know, if that happened, I wouldn't be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I'd be like, okay, I could see it. So, anyone inside the comment box? No, the Roman Circus. What's up? I like that name, by the way. That's dope. He's saying no. So, and I asked this yesterday, you know, how many of you feel that Tennessee is a legitimate top 5 team? And to my surprise, a lot of people do feel that they are. I said no. I need more data points on them. But if I had to give like a yes or no, I would say no, that I don't feel they're an elite top 5 team, because I think that like the top 5 to me, and they're probably interchangeable, whatever you want to call it, right? Texas, Bama, Ohio State, Georgia, right? Like, so those 4 right there, I think there's a big division gap after that. Now, is Tennessee lumped in with that group? I don't know. Yeah, and I know, because I think it's apparent that Alabama hates Tennessee probably more than anyone else. I mean, I know what's happening to Auburn. It's kind of like that's supposed to happen to little brother. But I think Alabama fans just absolutely hate Tennessee. Roman has it. Tennessee is legit as anyone could fill their spot. Yeah, and I guess, today's another opportunity playing on the road in the SEC. See what happens. But they are favored by 14 points today, and the total is 57. So, we'll see what happens. We'll keep you posted as scores come in. That game is later tonight on ABC at 6:30. And, of course, if there's some sort of a meltdown or something like that, we'll probably, go live or something like that. Utah State taking on Boise State. Here's another team that could control the Mountain West. And when you start to look at, kind of the last team in the playoffs, a lot of people had UNLV in their playoff sheet. I actually had Boise State. I think this is a team, if you haven't seen their running back, by the way, Gene T, this guy is phenomenal. He has 845 yards in 4 games. Absolute monster stop. They played Oregon close early in the season, so that's another game, out west if you want to stay. Well, the game's only at 6 p.m. It's on Fox Sports 2. How about this one? Florida State and Clemson. Yo, how many games is Florida State going to win this year? Can they win? They're not going to win this game. And how crazy is it that DJU, who started out at Clemson before transferring to Oregon State, he's come back all the way around and he's playing against his former team, but he's not playing. He has a finger injury, so he's out. Clemson is favored by 17 in Tallahassee. Everybody continues to talk about like biggest disappointments in the world of college football this year. Absolutely, Florida State is the biggest disappointment. The biggest disappointment. Man. And we saw Clemson, because we all watched Clemson early in the season when they played Georgia, right? And they played, I think they played admirable, I'll say, for that first half of the game. And then Georgia plays much better in the second half, as we know. And then they kind of ran away with the game. I think they certainly do whatever they want to do to Florida State. And I would imagine, since Florida State has maybe had the edge on them the last couple of years, that Dabo Swinney kind of puts them in their place. So I'm expecting Clemson to roll over Florida State. I would probably be shocked if Florida State wins this game. But anyways, Clemson favored by 17 in Tallahassee. You look at the trajectory of Florida State, since last year. They've only won 2 games since December of 2023, right? Yeah, Chris, and we talked about that earlier today, that Missouri got blown out. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked by that at all. I mean, going up to Kyle Field is challenging. I think Texas A&M and Missouri, even if that game's in Columbia, Missouri, I wouldn't be surprised Texas A&M won that game. Whatever. But yeah, the game is at 3:15 Central Time on SEC Network. Which brings us to the game that we are watching with you at 3:15. Up at the top left on the SEC Network is Alabama taking on Vanderbilt. Now, in a game like this, Coach Saban explained a couple years ago what rat poison exactly is. And T, I don't know if you watched one of this week's shows, but I explained exactly what rat poison is. It's put together by who? Who created rat poison, like the term?
The team?
No, who created
Saban, yeah.
Coach Saban.
Yeah.
But what are the elements to rat poison?
When their heads get too big.
Okay, but there's key elements. Okay, I'm going to go over them, okay? So this is a rat poison. This is the time where rat poison starts to seep into little minds, okay? It's created by the media, right? You're number one. Nobody can beat you. You're 4-0. Congratulations. Here's your trophy, right? T, did they win a trophy after the Georgia game?
They did not.
That's what I'm saying. You're the number one team. Hey, Jalen Milroe, you're the number one candidate for the Heisman. Didn't win the award, right? So all these different elements, right? Ryan Williams, your NIL value is 1.5 million. All that stuff's rat poison. And then when it gets into the fan, and when it gets into the minds of the players and the coaches, and he said the most dangerous thing that you can do is that you play a team that's lost 2 games. Well, who's lost 2 games? Vanderbilt. They've lost 2 games. And he said the reason it's rat poison game is because that team that has lost 2 games still has pride and performance, and they're hungry. Coach Saban also said today that a team that loses early on in the season, they're kind of pissed off for greatness. That's why he was talking about Georgia. Now, he did say during game day that he texted Kirby Smart after the game and said, "Hey, Kirby, this isn't the worst thing that has happened to you. The worst thing that happened to you is when I beat you in the SEC championship." No, he didn't say that. That was my last game coaching ever. No. The last game he coached was Michigan. The last game he won ever. But he said, you're going to keep fighting. And that's what Kirby Smart told his team at the end of the game. He was like, what I want to see from you is the fight. So my point is, avoid the rat poison at all costs. That's why there was literally whoever thinks of this stuff is so clever. They had rat poison, like rat traps, right? You ever had rats? Or it's not for rats. They're for mice. The traps. Yeah. You've seen these.
The traps for rats. I lived in Atlanta, I promise.
I've never seen I've seen mouse who
they make the bigger ones for the rats, it's gross.
I would be completely freaked out if I caught a mouse.
So
no, a rat.
It's so messed up.
Because rats are
they can get pretty big.
Yeah. Imagine waking up to that, going for your coffee, you're pouring some Folgers, and you check the rat trap, and you're successful.
Nasty.
Stay away from the rat traps, all right, and the rat poison. That's why it's imperative in this game to play 4 quarters of football. We talked about what we want to see from this team in this particular game against Vanderbilt. We want to see 4 quarters of domination. We want to see a continued high level of plays and big plays, especially early on. I want to see Jalen Milroe get fed. I want to see the running backs specifically eat. I think in the last couple of games, you look against Wisconsin, you look against Georgia, Alabama really hasn't been able to. Let me see how to phrase this, because in the game plan of those games, it's been to let Jalen Milroe run the football, even with designed runs, right? I'm still scratching my head why Justice Haynes only had 2 carries against Wisconsin. Whatever the case is. Feed the running backs today. If the ground game gets going, and save the wear and tear on Jalen. But the thing is, man, the guy has a great job of, staying healthy. His ability in his body type and all the work that he's put in, you're seeing the fruits of the labor, right? The getting to the gym at 3 a.m., right? So, what's up, Javion? I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much for checking in. We got the game coming up at 3:15. That's in about 20 minutes. They usually start a little bit later. What else? What do you guys want to see today from Alabama? And I still want to see Ryan Williams get fed 1,000,000%. I would love some Kobe Prentice today. William is saying rats are huge up here in the woods, but I heard in a place like New York, there's I don't know. I don't even want to look this up. There'd be something that freaks me out. Rats. Yeah, so I'm not. Of what?
Nutria.
What is this?
So ask anybody that's from the Louisiana area. They are huge rats the size of beavers that can swim.
No, that's disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So according to Tony Tsoukalas, who boots on the ground in Nash Vegas, he is saying that Ryan Williams isn't wearing eye black for today's game. See, I mean, I don't see. That's the thing. When people start trying to control, like, you know, like this guy's 17. I think you mentor, but like you let him. I don't know. You know. Yeah, like now he doesn't even have it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just let, like, that's why they always say, like, a dangerous rattlesnake is more dangerous because they don't know how much venom to send out. Right?
Yeah, young one.
They're so dangerous. Like, just let him be him, but mentor him throughout the course of the season, but don't control him. I don't want anybody, like, trying to control this dude because, like, he's got it in him, and that's why he's able to perform at the highest level. Who has been micromanaged? There's a difference between being coached and micromanaged. Being micromanaged, you flush that down the toilet and get the hell out of there, right? Like, so hopefully they continue to let him do his thing. Now you do have Justin Jefferson. It looks like he's going to be a game time decision. He's working out now from reports I've seen. And Kendrick Law is out for this game, which will be interesting to see the impact that it has on, ironically, Alabama's run game. Because Kendrick Law, at least the way that Alabama's coaching staff has framed it, he's not necessarily utilized at this point in time through the 4 games for his pass-catching ability, but rather his downfield stock blocking, which is critical. I mean, you get somebody downfield who's blocking 12, 15 yards down, making big plays. Blocking sets up a lot of things for big runs. And if you look to Alabama's big play ability and you start to watch film, you do see that, you know, Kendrick Law is a downfield blocker who's doing his thing. So he's not playing today. So I'm curious to see who steps up in his place in terms of, I don't know if there's another downfield blocker. I would imagine that Kendrick Law wants the ball. All wide receivers do, but, you know, you do what the team asks. And I would imagine that Hudat, it says, I think Hudat's exactly right. Maybe Emmanuel Henderson. I mean, there's so many guys in that receiving room. And by the way, it would be interesting to continue to track this. Any type of movement and information with Jalen Hell, right? We'll be tracking all that because I think someone said, did anyone see this? Yeah, so who that comes in with the $2 chat with something that we're talking about now is Jalen Hell from, I didn't see this, but someone said, this kind of like floating around, that he ran out with the team. I don't know what that meant. Did he run out in street clothes? Did he run out in gear? I personally don't think that we are close to seeing him on the field yet. But it wouldn't surprise me if Jalen Hell, who suffered, he's a wide receiver. If you're like, who the hell's Jalen Hell? There's another Jalen to follow? Yes. So Jalen Hell is a wide receiver, okay? Last year, he caught for more yards than Kendrick Law. Not a significant amount. It was under 300. I don't have the stats right in front of me. This springtime, he suffered a significant injury, and he's been out since that point in time. So much so that we don't even get like a weekly update because I think he's pretty much like on the injured reserve or whatever you want to call it. I have heard that he could make a comeback at the end of the year or at least like be able to be suited up or back at practice. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened because, once again, Jeff Allen, there's been one thing that I've learned in covering Alabama since 2016, which is a little bit of time, 8 seasons or whatever it is. The guys that have suffered really big injuries, those guys come back. And it's because of the training facilities that Alabama has in this new sports and science center. Even before that, Jeff Allen was doing wonders. Like, they have stuff that get these guys back to action faster than I've ever seen before. So Jalen Hell is in good hands. And if you follow him on social media, sometimes he'll post an update that he's just kind of, working through it. So that is something that we are tracking. But in terms of actual injury report for guys who are coming into this game, it looks like at this point in time that Justin Jefferson, probably a game time decision. I would imagine one of our great team reporters out in the field breaks that news sometime soon. And then, thank you, William. Don't take Hollywood's juice. Yeah, let Hollywood be Hollywood. There's some people that you just don't mess with them, man. Let me ask you something. Has Hollywood done anything wrong? This from a movie. I don't think like he purposely wants to, like nobody's seen the program clearly. I don't know. I don't want anyone to mess with him. From what I understand, he's an amazing individual. Represents himself like you. He loves the student. He loves the hockey team. Who's the last football player who came in and has hyped up the football team or the hockey team? He even dropped the puck. I bet you there's a lot of people that are like, I didn't even know Alabama had a hockey team. Well, now they do because of Ryan Williams, who renamed the city to Hollywood and became the mayor of Hollywood. That's on Wiki. They named him the mayor. If you go to his or like the Tuscaloosa, I'm sure they changed it, but it like the real life mayor is Walt Maddox, but somebody went in there and edited it to be to be Ryan Williams. Yeah, and he's 17 years old, man. Yo, and he's bringing in like I don't buy like the whole like 1.5 million. Like people were like, wow, that's amazing. I think it's like 50 million. Like they're building like they're building that Sports Illustrated. This is real life. We got like 13 minutes of the game. This is real life. They're building a Sports Illustrated resort here in Tuscaloosa. Basically, where it's going to be, is like, before you cross into like go into Jack Warner.
Yeah, like by Baumhauer's.
No. It's going to be on this side of the river. Oh. Yeah, so before you go over to kind of to Baumhauer's, it's going to be kind of close to the softball facility. Yeah. And it's going to be a Sports Illustrated facility, and then they're going to have condos on the Black Warrior. All right, I mean, nobody's really swimming in the Black Warrior, all right? You got Newcourt Steel just down the road from here. I don't know. But point is, Sports Illustrated is coming here, and I guess the thought process that people, going to want to, spending more money, spend more time here in Tuscaloosa, the city that is, they're showing the rat poison traps on the screen. The city that is like bursting at the seams. You can't go down one street in this city that has construction. Everywhere has construction. They're like rebuilding this place like from the ground up. But I've always heard that there's construction here. So, and McFarland, if anyone's ever driven down McFarland, has anyone driven down McFarland? Your poor car. How do you, so Jalen Milroe and the squad in 15 minutes here on SEC Network. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along. My name's Kyle Henderson. I appreciate you guys being here. From time to time, I do take commercial breaks because we do stream 5 hours consecutively. We will go to a break here in just a second. You'll see a commercial graphic jump on the screen. I'll be right back. And then we'll take you all the way to Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference. Then we'll go into our post-game show. We'll do instant reaction. We'll keep you posted on scores throughout the country. It'll be fun. We'll have a really good time doing it. I appreciate you guys being here. Y'all, I'm feeling really, really good in Alabama, about to take on Vanderbilt here in about 15 minutes. I'll be back in like 2 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Get comfy. Get checked in. Let me know where you guys are watching from. And who dat? I appreciate the super chat coming back right here in 2 minutes right here on Bama Football. Appreciate you guys being here on Bama Football on YouTube. What's going on? If you're getting checked in, Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Probably got about 6-7 minutes before kickoff. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along. The game is actually on SEC Network. There's probably some of you that haven't seen my new mugs before. These are available at Dick's Sporting Goods. Yo, Dick's, if you want to sponsor the show, feel free. No, would that be? Yeah, I mean, but you see these cups? So they have, so these are mugs, and they're like kind of like Yeti style. They had, who did they have? They had Devontae Smith.
Tua.
They had Tua.
Derrick Henry.
Well, this is the Derrick Henry one.
I didn't see it. I think those were the only three right now.
Yeah. Hey, Chris and Adam from Georgia. He's fine. So I know you've asked about him a few times. Saw an update that he's good to go. And we're asking about Adam is because he is from Georgia. And look, if you were out there and you were impacted by the storm, like our thoughts and prayers out to you guys, because I think people know that North Carolina was certainly impacted, but so was Georgia. I have friends who have family in Georgia. Actually, their family owns they produce honey.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forget they're from there.
Yeah, and they're like,
how are the bees?
I don't know. I think there was a lot of people that were impacted. I don't know about like their setup particularly, but I know that they know a lot of families that were impacted. So if you guys are impacted, we let us know. We can help you. We appreciate you guys being here. Today, this is the Roll Tide Watch Along. Today, the game is at 3:15. You got Alabama taking on Vanderbilt. How this works is we react to the game with you. We point out interesting, stats, storylines. We keep you posted on the game as it happens. The game is on SEC Network. You do have Georgia taking on Auburn right now. The Bulldogs ahead of Auburn 7-0 early on in that game. And you also have another one between Ole Miss. They are taking on South Carolina, and Ole Miss has just taken a 7-0 lead as well. So there are some interesting games in the SEC taking place right now. You also have a game later on this evening following this game between Arkansas and Tennessee. All right, before we start the Roll Tide Watch Along, give me your final score prediction. All right, so I'm asking for everybody's final score prediction between Alabama and Vanderbilt. Go ahead and type in your final score prediction. I put up a pretty lofty score prediction myself. I put up, I said 56-3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went pretty heavy on it. Vanderbilt rocking the jet black jerseys today. And it's hot in Nashville. It's like 82. He looks fired up, though. I like him as a competitor. I really like Diego. For a lot of it's because he is from New Mexico. I'm not going to lie. But I also like the fact that he's a fiery competitor. And I like the fact that he body slammed a dude from Auburn last year. They beat Auburn. Think about that. That was New Mexico State's first victory ever over an SEC team. Right? That's when we knew that the wheels were starting to fall off there at Auburn. Man, I don't even know if Auburn makes a bowl game this year. That's reality. Maybe them and Florida State should play. And, I've asked this before. Is Auburn worse than Florida State? Because Cal beat Auburn and Florida State beat Cal. I don't know. All right, 56-3. Let's see. Javion has it 54-13. Corey has it 48-17. Patrick has it similar scores. Stanley has it 65-0. North Alabama Storm Chase 42-10. That seems a little bit more realistic. Stanley has it 14-0 Ole Miss. That's a score update. Appreciate you, Stanley. Chris from New Jersey has it 54-14. Eric has it 66-27. So large score margins. And I think, the past doesn't dictate what is going to happen today. But, look, Alabama and Vanderbilt have played a few times recently. And the combined score of the last three games is 148-3. Like, that's fact. That's not opinion. Like, that's happened. So we're kind of accustomed to that. It's all Alabama fans in Nashville. There's only 28,000 that sit at this First Bank Stadium. They've done some upgrades, which is nice because the last time I went there was a little bumpy. There was actually so many Alabama media members that media members had to stand on the sidelines. which was weird. So, like, you were, like, covering a game, like, I don't know, holding up your computer. Strange stuff. So, the game's about to kick here, I don't know, maybe 4 minutes. And, all right, Linda has it 51-13. Chris has it 52-10. Let me ask you this before we get kicked. Do you think that Jalen Milroe, now, we all know the game storyline. Do you think that Jalen Milroe throws for more than 225 yards? More or less than 225 yards? I don't know if he throws for 225. I mean,
I think they take him out before he gets
here. Yeah, I could see them taking him. I just think, I would imagine he still finds a way to have. Another good question would be, does he have over 300 all-purpose yards? Right? Maybe so, and then you start to kind of sub in. Chris is saying yes. North Alabama Storm Chase says yes. Okay. Linda's saying yes. And then I think, for Jam and Justice, how many yards do we see from them? Do you think each of those guys will run for more than 50 yards today? I think absolutely. I would be shocked if Jam and Justice don't each rush for over 50 yards. I think you see a lot of offense from Alabama today. The Roman Circus is saying 250 on 2 completions. Well, some of it, what's crazy is some of the games that he's played early on in the season, like he was throwing for so many yards of like 9 completions. Remember, what was the first game? He was like 9 of 11 for like 250 or something crazy like that. So, I mean, 275-yard touchdowns. And Ryan Williams, he's going to shine out today. Coming in with, 462 yards and 5 touchdowns in 4 games? Absolutely crazy. So, Vanderbilt is running onto the field right now. We're probably, 2 minutes away from kickoff. Appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along. We watch the game with you guys. The game is physically on the SEC Network. Vanderbilt's anchor down. Cheerleaders are running across the field right now. Temperature of 82 degrees. Absolutely beautiful. Kurt Downs is saying that Jam and Justice each rush for 150. RLS is saying Miltic gets 225 with 4 touchdown passes. Yeah, he's been stringing together this little streak where he's like scoring 5 touchdowns, right? 3 in the air, 2 on the ground. I'm excited about this game. I really am. Like, I didn't have. Sometimes you go into this game where you're playing like a Vanderbilt or someone like that, and you kind of lose. You're like, oh man, they're gonna blow my. I'm not feeling like that. There's so much football left to play this year, and I think Alabama has so much to prove still, and I think they have the target on their back still. I want to see Coach Kalen DeBoer absolutely go heavy. I want to see a big explosive performance on both sides of the ball. I want to see, and I asked our fan base earlier this week, do you think he'll get 3 sacks on Diego Pavia? Right? I saw him pick 6. They have Diego Pavia rushing for, they put the total at 44 yards. I don't think there's no way in hell he rushes for 44 yards. He better not today, because with sacks, it goes against your total rushing yards. I would say like that is like the lowest chances that he rushes for 44 yards. And, I've been hyping up Diego this whole time. I think that Alabama's defense still has a lot to prove. And I think there's a lot of people that look to Alabama and they're like, yeah, okay, you did beat Georgia, and that was the game of the year. But, we want to see consistency and performance from the secondary. I think everybody does. Because there were some times, let's face it, there was still open wide receivers against Georgia, and Carson Beck did take advantage of that. So, Chris from New Jersey, you're right, man. Vanderbilt's campus is dope. And it's right here, like right in the downtown area, and just over the bridge is Broadway, right? So, looks like a fantastic atmosphere on TV. I appreciate you guys being here. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along right here on Bama Football on YouTube. You got the coin toss taking place right now, and Alabama has won the toss, and they usually defer. I would imagine that they always defer. They always win the toss, and they defer. And let's see, I would imagine that Vanderbilt wants the football first. And the opening drives are so important to each game, right? I want to see what Vanderbilt can do. You get a quick 3 and out. One of the storylines that we watch in this game, okay, everybody listen up. This is very important. is third down defense. Alabama has the number one defense in the country when it comes to getting off the field on third down. Teams against Alabama right now have a 17% chance of getting a first down on third down against the Tide's defense. When you play like that, you can get to the quarterback, you win a lot of football games, specifically with an offense like Alabama because of their big playability. It's been really amazing to see Alabama on third down. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Like, well, what about the fourth down defense? I know. I think the coaches explained it in a way that made sense to me, is the fact that when you're up by that large of a margin, 30-7, you have 4 downs because your back is against the wall. And look, credit to Georgia. They did a good job. So, I mean, what were they? Georgia struggled on third down, but they were 5 of 5. I think that was the final stats against the Crimson Tide on fourth down. The Roman Circus wants to see a good performance from Jeremy Bernard. I'd love to see it. I think pick 6 had him at 46 yards, more or less for him. I would imagine it's more for Jeremy Bernard, who's been a talented wide receiver from a transfer from Washington. You look at the transfers that have performed really well. Another guy that I'm sure we'll hear from today is LT Overton. The guy has been an absolute beast at the bandit position. We're about set to kick here in beautiful Nash Vegas. Kyle Henderson and Bama Football on YouTube. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along. Stats, scores, photos. Talk about game highlights as they come in. I hope you guys are ready for this one. It's another SEC matchup right here on Bama Football on YouTube. And away we go. And Alabama has kicked to Vanderbilt. It goes out of the end zone. And Vanderbilt will start at the 20. Appreciate you guys being here on Bama Football on YouTube. And be at the 25-yard line for Vanderbilt and its quarterback, Diego Pavia. Now, I do bring in stats, and I'll talk about interesting storylines as this game happens. But, you too, like if you see something that you want us to dive into, certainly hit us up, and away we go. So here we go. You got Vanderbilt at its 25-yard line. This is the first drive of the game. The Crimson Tide, led by Diego Pavia, have a receiver down at the bottom of your screen. It's going to be a RPO, and they're probably going to get 2 yards. It'll be second down for Vandy. I just can't see Vanderbilt moving the football effectively against Alabama. We've talked about several reasons why I don't feel that they have the athletes to stretch the field. Maybe I'll be proven wrong in this game. I don't know. This is second down for Vanderbilt, and they're facing 8 yards for the first down. You have 2 wide receivers up to the top of your screen, and you have 2 tight ends who are now in motion for the Crimson Tide. Let's see what the defense can do on this critical down. Diego Pavia has motioned to wide receiver. It's a jet sweep. He gets up to the outside, and he's actually going to get about 9 yards, and that's going to be a first down for the Commodores. It's going to be an 8-yard run. It's going to push them over the first down, and that's Vanderbilt's first down of this game. They move the chains. Right? We've talked about a lot of times getting off the field on third down, but, in this game, you got to get off the field. This is Alabama's first opportunity on the defensive side of the ball. Tim Keenan as your defensive tackle. LT Overton checked in as well. I know a lot of people were concerned about the health of Tim Keenan, but it is good to see him out on the field right here. Diego Pavia motions another man. This is the first time we've seen a lot of motion from a team that Alabama's played. It's another RPO. It's a run up the middle. And they're going to get about, I don't know, what is that? 7 yards? And the last 2 rushes have gone for 15 yards. And people have also talked about kind of these long sustaining drives that Alabama has allowed this season. We point to the long sustaining drive against, South Florida, and the long sustaining drive against Wisconsin that were like 16, 17 play drives. And I think that's another way that you have to play Alabama is time of possession, right? Vanderbilt sending more guys in motion. They have 2 wide receivers up top. Diego Pavia in shotgun formation. It's a pistol set. Diego Pavia is going to keep it. He slips, and he is wrapped up in the backfield. So it's going to be a 2nd and 3. Actually, it's going to be a 3rd down for Vanderbilt. So this is where you start to look at that 3rd down type defense. And Pavia slipped on his own turf, and he goes down to the ground. So it's going to be a 3rd and 5 for Vanderbilt. Diego slipped in the backfield. Very talented quarterback. He's rushed for more yards this year, actually, in 4 games than Jalen Milroe has. Just by a few. They're very comparable. 3 wide receivers up to the top of your screen. Diego Pavia, this is that third down defense we're talking about. 17%. Let's see what they do. Diego Pavia dumps it out. It's a nice play scheme, and Alabama is lucky to bring down a defender, and it's a completion for 14 yards. Vanderbilt moving the chains. Right now, this is a 5-play drive that has gone for 29 yards. Really impressive play call right there on third down. So Vandy so far coming out, and they're moving the football a little bit. Yo, that was a nice play design, I got to say. That was certainly a pick too. All right, it's first down. Vanderbilt filling it. They've now crossed the 50-yard line against the Crimson Tide. Man in motion. Man, there's a lot of guys in motion. This is the most motion we've seen since, I think, the Michigan game. Another strike from Diego Pavia down the middle. There was no pressure on him. It's another first down. Helmet comes flying off, and Vanderbilt has a lot of momentum. That was another 13-yard strike from Diego Pavia to Skinner Jr. Vanderbilt has 42 yards on this drive. It's a 6-play, 42-yard drive. Diego Pavia is 2 of 2 moving the football. Yo, helmet comes flying off. A lot of helmets fly off, man. Jarvis points out that Vanderbilt had 2 weeks to prepare for the Crimson Tide. 7 plays, 59 yards so far. Diego Pavia back to pass. He spins out. He makes it looks like LT fall in the background. He throws a football to a wide open wide receiver, and it's a 17-yard completion. Yo, Diego Pavia is absolutely balling out. Look, his last 3 passes, 17 yards, 13 yards, 14 yards. Yo, Diego balling out right now with a nice pass. And, thankfully Keon Sabb was there. And it's a big completion. This drive again, 8 plays, 64 yards. Yo, Vanderbilt pretty much with a great game plan. And again, for the offense, it's always scripted at the beginning, but hats off to Vanderbilt for executing these plays. Option, Diego Pavia is going to keep it, and he's got about 4 yards. Man, wow, this offense, I didn't expect Vanderbilt to be, coming at it with this opening drive. Does Alabama seem a little flat on defense? Seems a little flat to me. A lot of guys kind of huffing and puffing too, which I don't like to see. All right, 3 wide receivers to the top of your screen. Diego Pavia has them at the 2nd and 5 on my screen. See what they can do. Man in motion. Looks like it's going to be a gain for about 4 yards. They're just kind of moving up doing what they want. Vanderbilt so far has 44 yards passing and 24 yards rushing. This drive has been very sustaining. 9 plays, 68 yards. They are 1 for 1 on third downs against Alabama. Average per play, 7.6. It's a 3rd and 1. Here comes Vanderbilt in another pistol set. 2 wide receivers down to the bottom of your screen. Man, you got to stop them right here. This is another 3rd down opportunity. That's the 3rd down defense. It's a high snap. They're going to be able to push Alabama right into the end zone, and it's an opening touchdown for Vanderbilt. Well, very, very impressive drive for Vanderbilt. They completely controlled the line of scrimmage. They were successful on 3rd downs. Really well executed. It's a 10-play, 75-yard scoring drive, 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Yo, man, I did not like that. Credit to Vanderbilt. They executed in every way, shape, and form on that drive. They had 44 yards passing. Diego Pavia had some absolutely brilliant throws. He escaped the pocket. He threw downfield. There was open wide receivers. They had 31 yards rushing. It was a balanced attack. They ate a lot of clock. 10 minutes, 10 plays, 75 yards, 6 minutes and 14 seconds, and they push it right down Alabama's throat. And Pavia on that drive was 3 of 3 for 44 yards. Alexander had 4 attempts for 20 yards and a touchdown. Man, yo, that who saw that coming?
Well, your score prediction's wrong.
And my score prediction is wrong. Yeah. And the Commodores strike first. You know, I don't think anything went wrong for Vanderbilt on that drive. I mean, they had long throws, wide receivers were open, and Vanderbilt just goes. I mean, that's probably the best drive that you saw the score going into this game in the last 3 matchups. And I know the past doesn't dictate the future, but it was 142-3, and Vanderbilt said they just did what they wanted. It seemed like some of the Alabama players were tired. I don't know. Maybe that was the 2 weeks of preparation. I don't know. It was good scheming. You know, you look at the third down call that they had. They had the wide receiver coming across. I don't know. I have to watch the rewatch. If it was the running back or a wide receiver kind of coming on, you know, and that was a run for 14 yards. Diego Pavia made people miss, came back through to a wide open receiver. So, yeah, that was certainly impressive. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. You know, Alabama gets the football back. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Vanderbilt leading this game 7-0 early in the first. All right, fam, Alabama will get its first opportunity on offense. You think they score in the opening drive? All right, more or less, do you think that Alabama scores in 7 plays? 7 plays. More or less in 7 plays. Yo, the Vanderbilt's offense, whew, man. Kalen DeBoer in the T-shirt today. Just the Bama T-shirt. Back to return in for injured Kendrick Law is Emmanuel Henderson. No relation. Even though we both did play. I played a little wide receiver, but I think Emmanuel Henderson's got me beat in terms of talent. Clearly. All right, so here goes Alabama. It's going to go in the end zone, and Alabama will start at the 25-yard line. I'm going to say Alabama scores in less than 7 plays. Is that too am I too eager on that? He's the first player with 300 plus passing yards, 200 plus rushing yards, and 2 touchdowns in the AP top 25 against the opponents against Georgia. Yeah, that performance against Georgia was absolutely crazy. That was his best game that he's ever had. Let's see what he can do here against Vanderbilt. So first play, you motion wide receiver. That's going to be Jeremy Bernard. He's got a tight end to the bottom of the screen. It's going to be a handoff up the middle, and it's going to be, I don't know, let's call it 4 yards to Justice Haynes. And I mean, you know, you always kind of want to fill out that defense, but I think, you know, considering the buzzsaw that Alabama is, I mean, there's so many weapons on this team. They're so deadly. You'll just kind of give them a few to kind of check into this game. Be interesting to kind of see the play script that Nick Sheridan has for his opening drive. Kind of more bunch sets right here. 2 wide receivers, and Jalen Milroe's pass is batted down, and it's an incompletion. Good play by the Vanderbilt defensive end who was able to get his big paw up there and knocks it down. So it's going to be a 3rd and 6 for Alabama on its opening drive. 7-0 Vanderbilt, 8 minutes and 13 seconds. First play was a run to Justice Haynes. Second play was a pass that was batted down by Vanderbilt. And you have a 3rd down coming up, 3rd and 6 for the Crimson Tide. 2 wide receivers at the bottom of your screen. You got C.J. Dupree up at the top of your screen. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Plenty of time. It is going to be batted up. It's going to be intercepted. And it's going to be returned for a touchdown. And Vanderbilt goes up 14-0. The pass was deflected, bounced up in the air. It's a pick 6. Vanderbilt, all their 100 fans are going crazy at the stadium. It was bounced way up in the air.
Was there a flag?
And I don't think there was a flag. I don't see flags on the play. Who did it get bounced off on? Did he get the football into the end zone? Because he stepped out. He steps out before the pylon. That was a really weird play. Look where the ball is. He goes out on the one. Oh, my goodness. Wow. So, I mean, looks like Vanderbilt's going to be, but I don't, there's no way he got into the end zone. But anyways, what the hell happened on that one? I didn't even see who it got deflected on because the ball went straight up into the air. They're calling it a touchdown. They're not reviewing it. It looked strange to us. Anyways, I guess he got the ball over the pylon. And just like that, it is full. He misses the PAT. It bounces off the pylon or the goalpost, and it's 13-0. Yo, it looks like it was to Ryan Williams. And, wow, Vanderbilt off to a 13-0 start. Yo, man, well, last week it was 30-7, and, Georgia was able to come back. I mean, the game just started. There's 8 minutes still in the first quarter. I don't know. Did they eat the rat poison? Who knows? I don't know. This is kind of those WTF moments, right? You're kind of like looking, you're like, what's happening right now? Well, they're chilling. This will be the first time that we can see this Alabama team play from behind. Other than that Georgia game, there's a world of game left ahead of them. They have more than enough playmakers on this team. I don't know. That was a weird pass. It's not like he threw the ball to a guy and it was just a pick 6. It was batted up and it went into the air. 2 batted balls by Vanderbilt on that opening drive, and one leads to an interception. So 13-0 to start the game. Talked about, the rat poison and things that could happen. Okay, so let's see how you can get dialed in. Be right back. All right, we got a super chat coming in from Keith Jackson Jr. What's up, man? I appreciate the support. Yeah, it's going to be a long day if it's like this. 13-0. Look, there's so much time left. A couple early takeaways, okay? Number one, Vanderbilt drove it right down Alabama's throat, okay? They did whatever they wanted. It was a 10-play drive. Everything that they wanted, they got. They executed to perfection on that drive, okay? Pushed Alabama around. 2 successful third down attempts against a team that's been almost impossible on third downs. First drive for Alabama, they come out, 4-yard rush. Second play gets batted down. Third is a tipped ball for interception. The guy misses the PAT. I would imagine that comes back to play a huge part in this game. Here's the play that they're going over. So it looks like Vanderbilt is it looks like they were in zone coverage. Milroe goes to throw to Ryan Williams on a hitch. The DB just made a hell of a play. He batted down the ball, and they ran it into the end zone. That was it. Great. I mean, Vanderbilt's playing great on both sides of the ball. They're playing better than Alabama at this point in time. There's 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Here comes Alabama. Jalen Milroe takes a snap. He's going to hand it off to Justice Haynes, who's going to be wrapped up in the backfield, and goes nowhere. So, second down, and let's call it 9 for the Crimson Tide. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. We'll take you all the way through Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference, and we'll bring it to you as it happens. I know from the past I've been to this Vanderbilt press conference before. I don't even think you get Wi-Fi in that room, so I'm curious to see how it'll get done after the game. All right, Jalen Milroe in shotgun formation. Here comes pressure. Jalen Milroe finds a wide open CJ Dupree. CJ Dupree with a little bit to run, and it's a big game for the Crimson Tide. Let's call it 46 yards. Spikes the ball down on the ground, and that's a big pickup for the big tight end, who's been playing really well. Last week we saw Jalen Milroe distribute the football to 11 different wide receivers today, making C.J. Dupree a target right from the jump. That's a 46-yard completion from Jalen Milroe to C.J. Dupree, who's getting a little Gatorade on the sidelines. Jalen Milroe back in shotgun, hands it off to, looks like it's going to be Justice Haynes again. Justice Haynes, 3 carries for 6 yards so far in his early opportunities. And that's the thing with Alabama. I mean, I don't think their tight ends are flashy, but they are effective. For example, C.J. Dupree, very dependable. You also have Josh Cuevas. Don't forget about 260-pound Robbie Oots, probably closer to 270 pounds. All right, here we go. Alabama facing a 2nd and 7 after a run from Justice Haynes. 2 wide receivers at the bottom. You got Robbie Oots is your H-back tight end. In the backfield, you got Justice Haynes. Jalen Milroe takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. It's actually Jam Miller gets the call. Jam Miller for just a couple. It's going to be a 3rd and 6 for the Crimson Tide. Who had it on their bingo card? Vanderbilt leading 13-0. Man, you know what, Jarvis? Is that the truth, man? Can this team not run? I mean, we saw big runs in the beginning of the season, but, I mean, the last couple of games against Wisconsin, I guess Jam got a little bit going, but against Georgia, and so far, I mean, with just a small sample size, I haven't been able to really, even see those 5-6-yard runs. Maybe it'll change. Here comes Jalen Milroe, shotgun formation, back to pass, has another wide open receiver, and it is going to be complete to Josh Cuevas, who I was just talking about. He got absolutely tagged. He's down. Probably just got the wind knocked out of him. But clearly Alabama's seen something with the tight ends going through the little seam. And the guy, he's down. I'm sure he's going to be, I would imagine he's fine. He just got absolutely his bell rung. That was a gain of 17. So far, it's been Alabama's tight ends that have came up. Josh Cuevas is on the ground right now after getting absolutely tagged. Here comes Coach Kalen DeBoer to check out the transfer from Washington, who's been really impactful in a small sample size. You remember he caught a touchdown against Wisconsin, and right now he catches a 17-yard pass before being absolutely lit by the safety. That's just a big hit. Look, you played football before. You've had your wind knocked out. I think that's exactly what it is. Oof, man. He got absolutely tagged. Yeah, Robbie Oots, Heisman. 100% agree. I think, yeah, when the wind gets knocked out of you, it is probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a human. You can't breathe. It's just it's terrible. But it looks like he's okay. He walked off on his own. Good for him. So good catch and a good hit by Vanderbilt. It's a grown man's game. All right, Alabama now inside the red zone at the 10-yard line. Jalen Milroe in shotgun formation. He has Robbie Oots, and it looks like Jam Miller is the running back. He's going to hand it off. He fakes the handoff, and he's going to get, let's call it 2 yards. Now Alabama at the Vandy 8. It is 2nd down and 8. You have 4 minutes and 50 seconds in this game. Alabama trailing Vanderbilt early on, 13-0. Vanderbilt 75 yards on their opening drive. And Alabama's right now trying to punch it in. They have a 2nd and goal for the Crimson Tide. It's a good drive for Vanderbilt. Then you got the interception. Here comes Jam Miller, and he gets to the end zone. It's a touchdown for Alabama. It's a 7-play, 75-yard drive, matching Vanderbilt's 75-yard drive. 3 minutes and 41 seconds. It was lightning quick, and you get in with an 8-yard touchdown. And now it is 13-6, pending the PAT from Graham Nicholson. PAT is good. Alabama right now trailing Vanderbilt 13-7 with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. You look at that drive, and you look to 2 big passes by Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. By the way, in the game, he's 2 of 4 for 63 yards with the interception. 2 big completions to his tight ends. We haven't seen him go to his wide receiver yet, in terms of completing a pass to them in a limited sample size, but you see the tight ends rise up, which I think is really good. C.J. Dupree had a completion in a reception that went for 46 yards. He's been targeted twice in this game. And you have Josh Cuevas coming up with a big reception for 17 yards. And then you have Jam Miller getting into the end zone on an 8-yard rush. And to recap, it was a 7-play, 75-yard drive. Alabama has 79 yards of offense. Vanderbilt has 75. Alabama has 63 yards passing. Vanderbilt 44. Vanderbilt has 31 yards rushing and Alabama 16. We'll take a quick break, and Alabama right back in action. We'll see what this defense can do in their second opportunity against Vanderbilt. And that offense that looked really good on the opening drive. 4 minutes and 22. You got Alabama trailing Vanderbilt 13-7 early in the first quarter. All right, fam. What's good? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Back in the first quarter, it is 13-7. It's a wake-up call, right? See if you can answer the bell. Trailed 13-0. There's another opportunity to go against Vanderbilt's offense right here. Vanderbilt about to return the kick from Connor Talty, Alabama's kicker. Kick is off, and it's going to go into the end zone, so Vandy will start at the 25-yard line. If you're wondering why I'm over here, I have a better vantage point on my TV. I think I should have mounted. There's nothing like a good old TV mount that will get you going. I love mounting TVs. No, I love it. I'm all for it. But I should have mounted this one a little bit higher. There's a bye week coming up. All right, so let's see what happens right here. Vanderbilt with the football at the 25-yard line, 4:22. Another man in motion. That is part of Vanderbilt's offense. It's going to be a run right up the middle of the field. Let's call it a gain of 6 yards. They've been. It feels to me like they've been able to gash Alabama a little bit, right up the middle. I don't know if that's kind of a trending theme. But now that Alabama's kind of seen a little bit what they're working with, I want to see what Coach Kane Womack and the defense can do in terms of defensive adjustments. Again, you have to deal with the quarterback that can move around a little bit like Diego Pavia. I mean, we saw him on that last drive complete 3 passes that were over 15 yards. Diego Pavia in the pistol formation. That means he's shotgun. He has a running back behind him. Another motion. Looks like a wide receiver is going to come in back. It's an option. It's going to be really well played by Malachi Moore and Keanu Coat, and they're going to wrap him up in the backfield for a loss of 2. That was that defense right there, that was a hell of a stop. Like, that was well executed. That was an interesting play call from Vanderbilt. They had a wide receiver come, and it was almost like a triple option. He faked to the running back, had a decision, and they ate him up in the backfield. And that's leadership, and that's good heads-up football by Malachi Moore and Keanu Coat. So Vanderbilt facing a 3rd and 6. They're 2 of 2 in this game, which is rare if you've been following Alabama football. And let's see what they can do right here against the Crimson Tide. Diego Pavia has 3 wide receivers. It's a little RPO. Diego Pavia is going to run out. He has a wide receiver that he's going to find. I think that's his tight end, and it's going to be a completion. They're going to move the chains. So another first down for Vanderbilt on 3rd down. Now Keanu Coat just got held. Did you see that on the replay? They literally yanked his collar. But they're 3 of 3. And you could only 17% of teams could complete first downs against these guys on 3rd down. Vanderbilt's 100%. They moved the chains. And hopefully that's not a theme of this game. Keanu Coat was absolutely held. Did you see that, KTK? My goodness. All right. Another option for Vanderbilt, and he's going to be wrapped up in the backfield. I think that's probably a loss. If anything, they gained 1 yard. So it's 2nd and 9 for Vanderbilt, who has an interesting style of offense. It's like sometimes you see like a triple option. You see some pistol. You see them go shotgun. Man, they are. Steve's saying they're holding like crazy. Yeah, I definitely have seen that. 1 receiver to the top, 2 wide receivers down, running back in the backfield. Diego Pavia in shotgun. It is 2nd and 9. It's going to be another handoff, and I don't know, they gain maybe 2 yards up the middle. Good stop by Deontay Lawson, which is going to force Vanderbilt into a 3rd and 8. It's a time where, you can get some momentum out of stopping Vanderbilt right here, right? Get them to punt, get the offense back on the field, take the lead, 14-13, plenty of time. But, even SEC Network pointed to the fact that it's 3 and 3. Sergi, man, saying it's a soft defensive line. Some people have been critical of the D-line, and against the run specifically. 3rd and 7, 2 wide receivers up top. Vanderbilt's been successful against 3rd down, but long way to play. They do an option, interestingly enough, and great play by Deontay Lawson, who comes in with the tackle, which stops it and forces it into a 4th down. Otherwise, he would have picked up another first down. Great open field tackle by Alabama's inside linebacker to make the play to give Alabama's offense another opportunity. So far, I've liked Vandy's offensive play calling selection. But that was a heads-up play by Malachi Moore on that drive and Deontay Lawson, 2 of the veteran defensive players, right, making plays. They even sent a guy in motion when punting. All right, there's a flag on this play. I don't know what it is. It was fielded by Ryan Williams, is still returning punts. How do you guys feel about Ryan Williams still returning punts? I've said that I've liked it only in, like, big-time situations. Ole Miss up on South Carolina 17-3. That's a score that just came in. I don't know. There's a flag on the play. I know a lot of people are completely against Williams returning punts. I only like it in like fourth quarter type situations. That's a first down for Vanderbilt. Oh my goodness. So Vanderbilt on that drive, it's going to be an illegal substitution by Alabama, and it's going to give Vanderbilt a first down. Man, just one of those games, right? All right. So you got 11 seconds before we jump into the second quarter of this game. Alabama was going to get the football. An illegal substitution keeps the drive moving for Vanderbilt. So here comes the Vandy offense. Man, Hacker Music says that's bad coaching. Man. All right, so Vanderbilt now at Alabama's, let's call it the 48-yard line. This will probably be the last play, I would imagine, before we jump into the second quarter. Wow, that is absolutely huge. It's going to be a trick play, and the wide receiver is going to throw the pass downfield, and it would have been intercepted, but it goes out of bounds. That was a weird play. Alabama all over plays like that on the defensive side. That was weird. So there's still 2 seconds left before the second quarter. But what it was, Diego Pavia gave it to the wide receiver, and then the wide receiver is going to throw it. It turned into a mess. The gadget plays aren't it. We already discussed this. All right, 2 seconds left. It was like a jet sweep that turned into a pass. Man, was that an ugly play. Why is Vanderbilt doing stuff like that? Man, they had some good momentum. 2 seconds left. That was ridiculous. All right, 2nd and 10. It's going to be a handoff up the middle, and Alabama all over it, maybe a gain of 2. And we are going to go into the second quarter. So Vanderbilt ahead of Alabama at this point in time. It's the first time ever in school history since 1977, I guess, since Vanderbilt's been beating a number 1 team. So where were you in 1977? Sound off inside the comment box. Where were you in 1977? Sound off inside the comment box, and I'll be right back. All right, fam, we are back. Start of the second quarter. When we go over the first quarter, besides the score, that is shocking content, Vanderbilt had 99 yards of offense in the first quarter against Alabama, which is absolutely unacceptable. They had 56 yards of passing, 43 yards of rushing, had a weird gadget play, thankfully. That's what kind of, put us in this next position. as Vanderbilt has the football. For Alabama, they had an interception on the opening drive off a tipped pass. Milroe went for Ryan Williams. The ball was tipped. It was a great play by Vanderbilt. Ball flies 30 feet in the air. Defender returns it for a touchdown. Vanderbilt went up 13-0. Alabama fires back in the first quarter, and it was 2 plays. Right now, Alabama has 2 completions from Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. Each of them are to the tight ends. No wide receiver. Nobody has a reception other than the tight end room, right? C.J. Dupree caught a pass for 46 yards. He was rumbling and stumbling. And then Josh Cuevas caught a 17-yard pass, which put them into the red zone where he got absolutely tagged. It looks like he got the wind knocked out of him. He was down for, a few seconds. He walked back to the sidelines. I think he's going to be okay. In terms of rushing the football right now, Alabama just has 16 yards off 6 carries, so that's kind of something we're watching. Back in action, Diego Pavia runs for a first down, and he's kind of clotheslined. It's going to be a face mask on Jahad Campbell. I didn't see the face mask, but he certainly got a hold of almost the way that Diego Pavia fell back on that 8-yard run was right on his back. That is a face mask. So Jahad Campbell's hand is literally in Diego's grill and drags him down to the ground. Can't do that. So Alabama right now has 2 penalties that have contributed to first downs, right? You look at the illegal substitution, which kept this drive going, and now you look at this face mask, which gave them another first down. You can't. We talked about the penalties, right? They've been penalized 2 times for 21 yards. Those are costly type penalties that add up. Shotgun formation for Pavia. It's going to hand off again, and Alabama's going to do an amazing job stopping the run that time. It's going to be probably a loss of 1. 2nd and 11. Vanderbilt, they're at Alabama's 35-yard line, something like that. Man, David is saying that this is ridiculous. This is a terrible start. Yeah, they put points on the board right here. It's not good. It's still super early, but in terms of the overall execution, did you buy into that rat poison? Did you, are you trying to play 4 quarters of dominating football? Because you didn't in the first quarter. Pavia back to pass. He's going to be hit, and he's going to pick up, 2, maybe 3 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and 11 for Vanderbilt, right? Their field goal kicker, who I'd imagine is also their, kicks PATs. He just missed a PAT recently. He would have kind of a, not a overly challenging field goal if they don't get it here on 3rd downs. But they've been successful so far in 3rd down situations against Alabama. 3 of 6 so far. I'm sorry, that is 4 of 6. I'm sorry about that. 4 of 6 on 3rd downs. So it is 3rd and 11 for Vanderbilt. Man in motion. Pavia back to pass. Good pass pressure, and the ball is batted down. There's a flag on the play. I don't know what the flag is. What is this flag going to be? Roughing the passer. It is roughing the passer, which is going to make for another first down. Unbelievable. Roughing the passer, and that's going to be called on Q-Rob. So you've had 3 costly penalties in this sequence that have kept the drive going, right? The illegal substitution. And it's been hands to the face twice on Pavia. You had Jahad Campbell ripping his face mask, and then this one, the hands to the face again, moves the chains. It would have been a 4th and 11 for Vanderbilt. Moves the chains, so now Vanderbilt is on the Alabama 11, right? Alabama has been flagged so far 3 times for 33 yards. We have seen, there's a stat out there that Kalen DeBoer's team, they rack up a lot of penalties. We've seen that from this team so far this season, but besides the Wisconsin game. They're at the 11-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Let's see what they can do. And they're in a pistol formation. They're running right up the middle, right at Alabama, and it's a 6-yard gain. They are – what is their average right here? So they are averaging just 3.3 yards per carry, but Alexander has 10 carries for 37 yards against Alabama so far. It seems to me that there's a little bit of holding on Vanderbilt. I've seen that. But also that you can run the football up the middle against Alabama. Hattie May is saying the UGA win means nothing. All right, they are coming out in another pistol formation. They have 3 running backs back there, probably a fullback in there as well. But it is 2nd and 4. They're going to hand it off. It's Diego Pavia who's going to get to, I don't know, maybe the 2. So they'll have a 3rd and 2 from like the Alabama, 3-yard line. Yo. They're calling it 3rd and 1. Yo, check this out. This stat will piss you off. You want to get even more mad? This play, this drive, 14 plays for 30 yards. That's it. And there's been 3 penalties that have equated to first downs. The face mask, the roughing the passer, the illegal substitution. Are they playing like the number 1 team in college football? There's Diego Pavia, tries to get the outside, and he sticks his hand out. I don't know if he's going to get the first down. I don't think he realized how fast Jahad Campbell is. Is he going to get... He got the first down because he stood his hand out, stuck it out, and he's going to be able to get the first down. Yo, the guy is a competitor. Man, did he really get that first down? I guess he did get it. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, so it's a 1st and goal from the 1. Man, what a play by Diego Pavia. That was crazy. All right, so here you go. It's a handoff, and it's going to go nowhere. It's going to be 2nd down and, 2. Whoa. Man, you go up 20. Man, 13-7. Not good. 10:40, and they're eating a lot of clock. 15 plays for 30 yards. It's like this drive has gone nowhere. It's all the penalties. 33 yards of penalties on this drive. Think about what I just said. 33 penalties on this drive. A 2nd and goal, 2nd and 2. And someone's going to take a timeout. I don't know who took it, but they need a timeout. They need to hit the reset button. They need to wake up. I go up 20-7 right here. Man. Not good. So what you're watching right now is is this the number 1 team in college football? Yes or no? Does this team look like the number 1 team in college football? Clearly no. What has happened in this game, Alabama's been undisciplined. They've had some bad luck. They've had some misfortune, right? And Vanderbilt came in with a good game plan. I equate the good game plan on the offensive side of the ball. That opening drive was really well executed. The misfortune came with the batted ball up in the air and the 13-0. Good play by Alabama to fight back and come back and put some points on the board. This drive has been the fact that they're undisciplined, right? The illegal substitution, that's preventable. The face mask is preventable. And the roughing the passer is preventable, right? So when you have 3 penalties for 33 yards, you look to those characteristics. You don't win football games when you play like that. And this doesn't look like the number 1 team. And I said this, and I've said this many different times during my show. Alabama will be judged heavily for this. If they are not winning at halftime, this is something that will haunt them all the way into the playoffs. I promise you, even if Alabama comes back and wins this game 42-20, people will be like, but Vanderbilt was beating them at halftime. They were. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? If it happened to Notre Dame, if it happened to who are some other schools that we love? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Oregon. That would be another team. Be like, well, they came back and played amazing in the second half, so nothing to worry about. No. Alabama will be judged for this right here for eternity. Eternity. I'll be right back. It won't be eternity. I'll be right back on 2 seconds. All right, fam. Kalen and DeBoer called a penalty, trying to regroup the guys. It's 2nd and goal. They have no momentum. Flat. We'll see what happens. I saw some guys still smiling on the sideline, so I don't think they're too stressed. You see that? They don't look too stressed out. All right. Should we do a hat change?
Yep.
Should we do a hat change? Maybe. I don't want to take responsibility for this play, though. Shit. That's a lot of pressure on me. All right. Here we go. Because then it becomes something all season, like change your hat. That's the bad hat. I don't want to do that. They're playing, not me. All right. Here's another handoff up the middle of the field. He looks like he reached over the goal line. Are they going to give him the touchdown? I think his knee was down, which is going to make it a 3rd and 1. But I did change my hat recently. I put on something. I did something, and they came back. When did I change the hat? I don't want to take responsibility for this play. So Vanderbilt facing a 4th and 1, or 3rd and 1, I'm sorry. Or was it 4th and 1? Yeah. It is a 3rd and goal, and Vanderbilt is going to get into the end zone, and that is a 17-play, 75-yard drive by Vanderbilt. You hear what I said? 17-play drive. This is the 3rd time Alabama's defense this year has allowed a drive for over 15 plays to go for a touchdown. 17 plays. Write this down, T. 75 yards, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. And Alabama is now trailing Vanderbilt, pending the PAT, 19-7. The PAT is good. It is 20-7. This is embarrassing. This is not supposed to be happening when you are the number 1 team in college football. This is not supposed to be happening to a team as talented as Alabama football and as talented as Coach Kalen DeBoer inherited. Like, this is it. And a lot of people were saying that Coach Kalen DeBoer completely took over the team in last week's victory over Georgia. How does he fight out of this one? Right? What does he do? How does he get his team inspired to play? Defense? Right, because the defense is getting eaten up. All right. The penalties, 3 for 33 on this last drive. All of those penalties were on Bama because of mistakes that they made. They weren't questionable calls. They happened. Right? And then for Vanderbilt to get in on 3rd and 1 from the 1-yard line when you have better athletes in Vanderbilt, I cannot believe what is going on in Nashville. It is 20-7 after a 17-play, 75-yard scoring drive that lasted 9 minutes. Is that right? 9 minutes and 50 seconds? Is that right? Man, that's crazy. All right. Well, all right, battle. Come back. Fight. Let's see what they can do. All right. 27. Been played a lot of sports. Game has never ended in the second quarter. Never played a game that ended in the second quarter. Let's see what this team can do. Let's see what they can fight. I'm excited to see what they can do. Here comes Emmanuel Henderson. Loses the football. Oh, my goodness. He lost the football. Emmanuel Henderson just lost the football. He returned the football. Alabama has now lost. What have they returned? 4 kicks this year, and they've lost 2 of them. This team does not want to win. What's happening? What happened? Did they go out on Broadway? They go to Tootsie's? Seriously, why? Where is this team? Where's the glitz, the glamour, right? Like this team, like, what happened to them? How are they losing to Vanderbilt? Kalen DeBoer, man, all of these mistakes are self-imposed mistakes. 2 turnovers. Man, if they go up 27, if they score, if they get points here, and was he down? Was he down? He was down. Yeah. He's down. All right, he's down. That wasn't a fumble. He's down. Still, he still fumbled the football. He's down, though, 100%. See, when his hand comes down, he's down. Uh-huh. Yeah, his hand. He's down. No, he's down. He was down 100%. All right. This is just one of those games, though, man. How are you going to – I'm curious to see how they can fight out of this, though, because these are the great games where you build a lot of self-character from going through situations like this. It really does help the team. It helps the team better when something like this happens as opposed to like when you just buzzsaw through teams. What are they saying? Are they saying is? Yeah. So he's down. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Chill. It's a point of coaching. You talk to your team. You tell them, things aren't going their way clearly. But there's so much talent in this team. I think, a couple adjustments here, some big plays that will change momentum. You're good to go. But I think I think this is a good opportunity to see how these guys can fight as a team under a new coach. Let's see what they can do. But they do look bad. Change the cleats, change something. Change to your different whites. Come out in your grays. Come out in the white helmets. Change your shoes. All right. They'll come back. Just it's frustrating. It's frustrating AF, I know. This is good, though. They'll dig out of this. Let's see how they fight. Okay, Jalen Milroe. He has his 2 tight ends. You got C.J. Dupree and Josh Cuevas. Tight ends have been eaten so far today. You got a running back in the backfield. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Plenty of time. Beautiful pass protection. And he overthrows just barely Jeremy Bernard, who was wide open. Overthrew him. Okay, settle in. Second down. That would have been a really nice completion. By the way, the offensive line, man, I would love to draw a line on that because what I saw from the offensive line was great pass protection. These guys didn't allow a sack last week, and ever since Caden Proctor's come back, they played really outstanding football. I don't know if I'm going to say elite just yet, but it's pretty good. All right, so I say that, and here comes Vanderbilt, and looking, Jalen Milroe kind of slips on the turf, and he's going to be sacked in the backfield. Milroe goes down. He looks like he slipped on the turf as well. We've seen Diego slip on the turf. We saw Milroe right there. So it looks like this outside linebacker, I don't know if that's a linebacker, if that's a corner, but misses him, but stays on the play and is able to come back and sack Milroe. And Milroe is escaping the pocket, trying to look for someone downfield. I don't know, if that's a coverage sack, if that's on Milroe. But anyways, Alabama now facing a 3rd and 14. And let's see what they can do. Milroe back to pass. He's going to find his favorite target, Ryan Williams, who gets to the field. Did you see that he dropped the ball after the catch? It was out of bounds, but still. Man, so Ryan Williams picks up the first down. Throw it to Ryan Williams. 4 plus 2, you know what it equals, right? Nice pass to Ryan Williams, catches it. Man, so he caught it, and then the ball fell out. Are they saying, did he juggle the ball? Did he have possession of the ball? It happened so fast, I don't know. Are they going to review this as well? So let's see. He has it. He brings... No. I don't know if he ever had possession of the ball. Oh, my God. So in the slow-mo that I saw, it looks like he's catching, he's tucking, but the ball was never complete. No. That's probably an incomplete pass. Oh, man, one of those games. Okay, AMH is saying that's a catch.
They didn't really get it.
They're reviewing it. Do you guys think it's a catch or no catch?
Yeah, they reviewed that, but not the touchdown.
I'm going to say, okay, him is saying that's a catch. I don't know. I
think they went out.
Do you think it's a catch?
No, I don't. But I also think they went out last night.
No, they didn't go out. They didn't go hit the streets. No, they see, these guys are like, TMZ would have been on that.
You know what? I think the hype from the Georgia.
It could be an emotional, something. I mean, look, 14 million people watched that game last week. You come into this game, I don't even know if heads are inflated, but I just think like the emotional carryover in the week. And then you have Vanderbilt. Coach, I'm telling you, Coach Saban said a team that has lost 2 games is the worst team to play because of the fact that it's rat poison. This is the perfect one. And next week will be the same thing with South Carolina. So, yeah, I don't know. We're right now trying to figure out if that was a catch or no catch. Here's some scores from around college football. We know that one, 20-7. This is the top 25 scoreboard. I'll just kind of run over it. SMU defeated Louisville, who was ranked 22 today, 34-27. You got Penn State, who beat UCLA. That's now a conference game. And the big one that people were talking about, Texas A&M all over Missouri, 41-10. Keith Jackson, thanks for the super chat, man. I'll get to you in just a second. And then on Friday night, you had Oregon beat Michigan State, and then you had Syracuse. They were able to beat UNLV. Let me see if I can go up and navigate. I do everything on the fly. T and I cook up everything in-house, so I appreciate you guys being patient when, we do all this stuff. Never done any of this before, so this is kind of almost, it's new to us. But you have Georgia defeating Auburn at the halftime. Or not, it is at halftime. 14-3. Carson Beck, 14 of 16. ETN has 54 yards. Ole Miss beating South Carolina by a score of 24-3. Jackson Dart has 206 yards. That game almost close to halftime. And then in Nashville, Vanderbilt beating Alabama by a score of 20-7. And then Tennessee, Arkansas, that game is scheduled for 6:30 on ESPN. So, yeah, that's how that game fares. Hey, Keith Jackson saying, if that was roughing the passer, then this is a catch. So what are they? What was it? Catch? No catch? Yeah. Wow. So no catch. Wow. Yikes. Okay. So that's a no catch. So it's a 4th and 13. So Alabama will come out, and you look at all these little key things that add up, right, to kind of the end of the game, and the outcome is like these little things add up, man. That was 15 yards that would have moved the sticks. And this is kind of just a game where things are not going Alabama's way, which I think, depending on what happens this drive, I mean, when does it start to get serious? Is it serious right now? I think there's too much football left for us to start really freaking out. But I think when you look to this game, you're not happy with the way that Alabama has played. And, you kind of start to question why, what is happening, what's going down. But here comes Diego Pavia in his squad. So we got another super chat. And right now, see, I'm about to Javion. What's up, man? I appreciate it. I don't know, because Bama play against big teams, if they can't play against lesser teams. Diego Pavia to the outside, and he's going to be wrapped up by a host of Alabama players. And T, I'll definitely show that super chat leaderboard here in just a second. Here's a look right now. This is ESPN. They have a win probability. See, against Georgia, it was 99 for Alabama pretty much the whole time until Georgia came back and had a 76. So what does it mean? Absolutely nothing, other than just, right now this is kind of where the game trend lies. 54% for Vanderbilt at this point in time. JV, I appreciate you, man. We have a look at the super chat leaderboard. That's a way that you could support the product right here on Bama Football on YouTube, along with becoming a fan funder. Just $2.99. T will drop the link inside the comment box. Diego Pavia is going to escape a defender. He's going to get outside, and looks like he takes the long route. He's going to get another first down. He's going to slip on the sideline. But, man, another big run by Diego Pavia. And that was a gain of 12, and he moves the chains again. Man. Let's see where these holding calls are. Oh, yeah, I saw the left guard is holding his. I guess Malachi Moore looked like he was getting holding too. Did you see that? Malachi Moore is getting held. Man. All right. It is a 2nd and 6. Here comes Vanderbilt. Now they have crossed the 50-yard mark. Diego Pavia back to pass. Spins it out, and it's going to be complete for, 4 yards. Pavia, so far in the game, is 5 of 5 for 65 yards, a rating of 209. Alexander for Vanderbilt has 38 yards rushing. Pavia has 26. Yikes. Pick six they asked if he was going to rush for over 44. I said, no way in hell. He might run for, that by halftime. All right, let's see what Alabama's defense can do. It is now 2nd and 1. Vanderbilt is in shotgun. And I have seen the holding from Vanderbilt, but also they are executing too. Like this play, man, that was right up the middle. And they get another first down after an 8-yard carry to move the chains. Man. Yo, Adam, what's up, man? Adam comes in. Yo, what's up? Appreciate it. People. Yo, everyone is checking in on you, Adam. We're good to see you're here. Thanks for being on the show. Right now, as you know, Bama football down to Vandy. It is first down for Vanderbilt. They got a man in motion. Diego's going to hand it off, and he's going to be swallowed up in the backfield. Hey, Bama Football on YouTube is supported by people just like you. If you want to become a fan funder, I appreciate you guys. Here's a look at the show sponsors for today. You got Keith Jackson with 10 spot, Javion with 5, and then Who Dat with 2. So we appreciate anything helps. And just honestly, a thumbs up goes a long way. Think about becoming, a fan funder for $2.99. T dropped the link inside, but just being here. Hitting the thumbs up goes a long way. So we sincerely appreciate you. Honestly, every single show is crafted from the bottom of my heart. We do all the graphics in-house. Everything you see is done. We have T help out on game day, but I pretty much do everything else. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Vanderbilt quarterback back to pass. He's going to throw a pass was that completed? You went against Red Morgan. Was that completed? There's no way that he caught that. Did he catch that? So Diego is running out. He throws his pass. No, he was out of bounds. He was out of bounds. No, that was a good effort and a good throw, but he was out of bounds. His foot touched the white. All right, so it's 3rd and 9 for Vanderbilt. There's 4:21 before half. Alabama has been penalized in this game 3 times for 33 yards, and it's going to be a false start on Vandy. All right, so it's going to take them back 5. Now they're going to face a 3rd and 14. Okay, so so far, as we track those third downs, Vanderbilt is 6 of 7 on third downs. And Travis T has now been a fan funder for 2 months. And he's saying that they spent their energy and focus for UGA, and it's a hangover game. Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing that. It'll be interesting to see what these guys say at the halftime break to come back, right? 3rd and 14, 28,000 Alabama fans in attendance. The stadium seats, it looks like there's like 2,000 fans from Auburn. 3rd and 14, Diego Pavia in shotgun. This is going to be almost impossible to get against this defense, I would imagine. 2 running backs in the backfield, and it is going to be batted down by Damani Jackson. Good play. Wow. Good ball. Good play by Damani. Damani's been great in coverage. All right. So that was a big stop by Alabama, by the defense. Damani bats that ball down. Man, it was a good ball. If he would have looked like he almost caught it, he would have been out of bounds anyways. So it's a 4th and 14. I don't know what's going to happen. It looks like they're going to send out the field goal unit. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. 51 yards? Are you kidding me? This guy missed a PAT earlier. All right, so it's 27. This guy comes out to kick a 51-yarder. The kick is up. It's right down the uprights, and he misses a PAT, but he hits a 51-yarder, and it's an 8-play, 26-yard drive. And Vanderbilt is now leading Alabama 23-7. There's 4 minutes and 10 seconds before half. Alabama 1,000,000% needs to put some points on the board. The good news is, if Alabama scores, they do get the ball back, right? Because Vanderbilt got it to open the game. Vanderbilt up 23 to 7. Okay. It's getting a little fuzzy. All right. I don't like what's happening. But I still think it's super, super early. And Vanderbilt now has a win probability of 66%. Okay? That's 66%. Up from 56%. All right? So what does this mean? And they got a 66% chance even before halftime. We've never seen this before with this Alabama football team, right? I know it is frustrating. We'll be right back here in 2 minutes on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam. They just said some stat on TV that this is the largest deficit that Alabama's had against an unranked team since 2004.
And they also said this is the largest lead
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's
Yeah.
ever had.
So they're both in uncomfortable territories. Clearly this team isn't playing like the number one team in the country, but the game isn't over. Okay. So I don't know, maybe in some way, in some methodical way, this is, obviously not by design, but a good sign of a team is how do you respond when your back is against the wall, right? Clearly things aren't going their way. Georgia, for example, last week was almost losing by the exact amount, right? 30-7. And they're able to come back and take the lead. I would imagine, I still feel Alabama fully comes back and wins this game. But, right now, things aren't going well. So how do you respond? How do you deal with adversity? This team has not faced any adversity this year at all. So this is a great opportunity to put something together before halftime. Points on the board right here are critical because I feel you go into halftime with a little bit of momentum. And look at this run right here by Justice Haynes. 13 yards, right? Feed these guys. You go into the halftime break 23-14 and you regroup and you have your leader step up and you're like, look, let's go out of here. Next play mentality, next quarter mentality, and you start to stack from there, right? You don't freak out. They're like, isn't the time to panic, right? So, and this team hasn't faced adversity, period. They haven't. Everything has worked in their favor this year. And the season is not like that. The season is up and down. It's a long year. All right, Jalen Milroe connects with Justice Haynes, who looks great, by the way. So, Justice Haynes, 13 yards, right, receiving. Or that was a run of 13 yards, followed by a reception for 8 yards. So, Alabama moving the chains. Little up-tempo mode. 3 minutes to go. Remember, you do have a 2-minute warning. Miss Careless, Ryan Williams is in here. He unfortunately dropped a pass on that last drive. It was kind of bobbled, and they reviewed it, and they said it was a no catch, so he didn't catch the pass. But so far he's been, pretty quiet. He's been targeted 2 times, but he does not have a reception yet. The leading receiver for Alabama is C.J. Dupree, who has 1 reception for 46 yards. Josh Cuevas, 1 reception for 17 yards. And it's a 3rd down for Alabama, 3rd and 5, with 2 minutes and 30 to play. C.J. Dupree in motion. Jalen Milroe passes, and he has an open receiver, and that is to Kobe Prentice, who gets absolutely crushed. It looks like he's hurt. Oh, man. 15 yards. That didn't look good. 2 defenders kind of came to him, and it looks like they sandwiched him. I think you absolutely, man, he got up, and he looks woozy, like really woozy. He looks like out of it. They're going to call a targeting penalty. Man, Kobe, that didn't look good. Now, he got up. But I mean, not sugarcoating, it didn't look good. I mean, like he looked completely out of it. It looked like when he dropped the football, I don't know. I mean, it was a very serious hit. I'm surprised they're even showing it again. Oh man. Yeah, you don't like to see that. Oh man, you kind of wonder, oh man, he got absolutely crushed. Vanderbilt's been hitting that time. He got sandwiched between 2 players, and it looks like they both came onto his head. Oh man, he dropped the football. Man, that didn't look good, man. Poor thoughts and prayers out to Kobe Prentice. Yeah, it looks like he kind of might have even lost consciousness. Man, shit. Yeah. Eesh. Targeting was obviously the call. It's going to be 1st down for Alabama. Most importantly, I want to make sure that Kobe Prentice is okay. He was taken off. T, can you write Kobe Prentice? That's obviously. And I think, outside of that hit, this is a very physical football team that they showed, right? I mean, this is probably they might be the most physical team after South Florida. I mean, this team is absolutely dry. Look, Josh Cuevas got absolutely tagged. That was a big hit right there. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You have the 2-minute warning. Jalen Milroe throws a ball, really nice ball to Justice Haynes. He gets out the outside. Outside of Kobe Prentice, no Alabama wide receivers have caught a pass, which is interesting, almost going into halftime. Maybe that'll change. James, I would imagine that is a concussion for sure. Yeah, hopefully he's I'm sure he'll be okay, but Kobe's the man. All right, 2nd and 1. This is the 2-minute warning. Alabama is 64-3 as the all-time AP number 1 against unranked opponents. They are trailing 23-7 in Nash Vegas. This is a 5-play, 42-yard drive. We'll be right back in 2 seconds on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, fam, what's going on? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This is the Roll Tide Watch Along as we're trying to figure out if Alabama's going to put some more points on the board before halftime. I appreciate the 520 of you guys online right now watching to see if Alabama can come back. And Justice Haynes runs the football up the middle for 2 yards. On the day so far, just 5 attempts for 21 yards. You know, in the past 2 games, teams have done a good job stopping Alabama's running backs. You look to what Georgia did. You haven't seen those big plays from Alabama's running backs. Jam Miller, pretty quiet today, 2 carries for 9 yards. And then receiving-wise, besides Kobe Prentice, who has a reception for 15 yards, he just left the game with a concussion, I would imagine. No Alabama wide receivers have caught a pass. All right, Jalen Milroe right now, 5 of 9 for 95 yards and an interception, which is a return for a touchdown. On the other side, Pavia, 5 of 7 for 65 yards. And, their running back has 38 yards. Jalen Milroe, 1st and 10. Alabama's at the Vanderbilt 40. He's in shotgun. Looks like he has Jam Miller in the back. You have kind of a bunched set. And Milroe is going to throw to Jam Miller. And he's going to pick up, 4 yards. Milroe now 6 of 10 for 99 yards. What would you guys say has kind of been the difference in the score right now? Did you point to, is this self-inflicted? Is Vanderbilt playing better? Those are some questions we'll talk about during the halftime report. All right, 2nd and 7. And you got Jam Miller following his blocks. He gets out the middle. He's to the sideline. Could it be Jam Miller into the end zone? He's punched out at about the 4-yard line. That's a gain of 32 for the big man. And that is just what Alabama needed. It's going to set them up probably outside the 3-yard line. It was a big running gain from Jam Miller, Alabama's premier running back, along with Justice Haynes. So just what they needed, get into the end zone. There's still some time left. But it looks like there's going to be a timeout taken. You see Jam Miller, though, right? I want to see that. In the second half, you get up and start to utilize those running backs. But you look to how Jalen Milroe has led this offense in this game. Jam Miller busts off the big run. He has now 3 carries for 41, a longest of 32. You have Justice Haynes, who's leading the team in receptions, 2 of 17. And Jam Miller also has a reception for 4. Jalen Milroe, 6 of 10 for 99 yards. When you look comparatively, stat-wise, and you look to the teams, you see that right now, the teams are pretty much even in terms of the stats. Alabama has 156 yards of offense to Vanderbilt's 148. Now, you look to the time of possession, okay? It's at the right of your screen. It's going to be a touchdown, by the way, by Jam Miller. But if you look to that time of possession, Vanderbilt has had the football for 20 minutes of this game. All right, and it is a touchdown by Jam Miller. It is a 3-yard touchdown, which gives Alabama more points, which they clearly needed. It gets to the outside of the field, and it is 23-14 with a PAT that is good. Alabama cuts in that lead. It was a 9-play 83-yard drive, and you look to how Alabama was able to move the football. Jalen Milroe used a couple of his running backs on the outside. A nice run by Justice Haynes, and then a 32-yard pickup by Jam Miller, and then they let Jam Miller finish what he started on the drive, capping off a 3-yard rush. So Alabama, look, I like that drive. They moved it, and you know what? They're actually going to go for 2 here. It looks like it's going to be a timeout. So how do you guys feel about the call here? Go for 2. I like it. Now, the problem is if you don't get it, you kind of go into the halftime break. It kind of cuts into your momentum. But I think scoring-wise, they go off basically this algorithm in terms of if they should go for the 2-point conversion or not. Do you think they should go for 2, yes or no? Sound off right now as fast as you can. Yes or no, do you think that they should go for 2? As fast as you can, just yes or no. Good block right there by Caleb Odom, freshman. Hey, man. Get the point? Yes or no? What do you think? I don't know. A lot of no's. No. I personally don't. I think you go for the PAT and you kind of just, you hope your defense can hold and you just get to halftime. Let's see what they do here. They're actually going to go for the PAT. The PAT is good. So it's 23-14, a minute 25 and a half. I think they thought about it for a second, and they come out and they kick the PAT. So it was a 9-play drive, 83 yards, and you start to build the momentum. Coach Kalen DeBoer, with his demeanor, which is, I think, great for a situation like this. He's out on the field, patting these guys on the butt, telling them, let's get back to work. Game's not over. Nothing has been finished in the second quarter. And you trail Vanderbilt, and you gave them a little bit of a lead. And I don't think that, when you look to this first half, I think Vanderbilt has had a good game plan. And one of the stats that I pointed out is the fact that they have controlled the time of possession of this game. They've had the football for 20 minutes compared to Alabama's 8. That was part of their game plan going in. I think there was even a leaked photo out there about Vanderbilt's preparation and practice, and it kind of showed the time of possession, and that's something that they wanted to do. And they are doing it against Alabama. Diego Pavia, 5 of 7 for 65 yards, and he's completed the ball to 5 different receivers for those 65 yards. Jalen Milroe has completed the ball to 6 different receivers, including 2 running backs and 2 tight ends. And the only wide receiver to catch a pass thus far is Kobe Prentice, who, by the way, left the game with an injury. It looks like, head concussion. I'm sure we'll get an update from Coach Kalen DeBoer. Hopefully, he's okay. And thoughts and prayers to Kobe, who's a hell of a dude. We love Kobe Prentice. So here comes Vanderbilt. They'll have a minute 25. Now, this will be interesting to see how they play right here, because they have Alabama has 2 timeouts remaining. Vanderbilt has 1. Now, will Vanderbilt just try to get to halftime? Do they get more points on the board? Now, maybe Alabama plays some opportunistic defense right here and gets the ball back, and then you go into halftime 23 to worst case 17 or something like that. I don't know. Let's see what Vanderbilt does. I would assume that they just get to half, but who knows? Maybe they play more aggressive. It is 23-14, Vanderbilt on the 25-yard line. Receiver in motion for Diego, and it's going to be a run for, I don't know, looks like 2 yards. Looks like LT Overton threw a punch in there. And it's going to be second down, and the clock continues to wind. It's minute 19 on the TV I'm watching. You saw that, North? I saw that too. Diego's kind of good in there. It looks like he threw an elbow, and then, he was punching the ball out. It wasn't like, that angle showed he was punching the ball. Vanderbilt's coach upset, calling for the punch, but if you look to that replay, it was to the football. Damn. Oh, he's mad. Coach Lee is ticked. He was trying to strip it. They're explaining it to him on the sideline. I think they're talking about the punch. They're saying that he's punching him to the face. Huh. Okay, well, obviously they're going to be watching it now. The angle that they showed, he was punching the football. I think from coach's angle, it probably looked like he was punching in the face. Because it did look like that from this angle, which I have the same angle as the coach. All right, so you got a minute 19 left. Let's just get to halftime. All right, you got 2 wide receivers. Pavia, of course, always in shotgun, but he has a running back right to the right of him. It's going to be a jet sweep, and it's really going to go nowhere. I don't know, a couple yards. And it's going to be a third down. You got a lot of time. Alabama still has that timeout. There's a minute 13. I think Vanderbilt takes a timeout. So you have a minute 13 before halftime. Hacker music. Yeah, that could have been bad. And we'll go over some scores and stats, provide some takeaways at halftime. and we'll take a quick break, and then we'll continue out the second half. And how these watch-along works is we'll take you all the way into our post-game show. We'll do an immediate game reaction, and then we will do Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference right here on the YouTube channel, all on the stream. So that's what to expect following today's game. And tonight you got Tennessee taking on Arkansas. And I'm eager to watch that one. Today the big one was Texas A&M beating Missouri. Kind of did what they wanted. I'm not surprised by that. I'll explain why at the halftime break. And we'll cover the scores within the top 25 and within the SEC. It is 3rd and 5 with 1:14. Now, I'm curious to see what happens here. You put the ball on the ground, Alabama's going to get the football back with plenty of time. And they do have one. That was Alabama who took the timeout. So Alabama does not have any timeouts left. It's an option by Pavia. It gets up the middle of the field. It was a brilliant play call, and it goes for 31 yards. Yo, man, what a play. So basically, a receiver came through. Pavia kind of did a shovel pass, and to a wide receiver coming through, it split the defenders. He gets all the way up the sideline. Looked like he was going to score a touchdown. Damani Jackson, it looks like he was getting held up to the outside or stock blocked or whatever, and it's a huge pickup for Vanderbilt. 31, I guess they're going to call that a pass. So 6 or 9 for 96 yards passing, and Diego Pavia moving the chains. There's 1:06 left, and Vanderbilt has a timeout. Yo, they've called some interesting plays. Pavia going deep, and it is going to be batted down by Saban Brown. Woo. That was good coverage. That's probably the best coverage that he's had against a wide receiver following, besides the interception against Georgia. But that was a good contested situation for Saban Brown, and they went to him. The only thing that I didn't like that he didn't turn his head back around, but I think he was watching the wide receiver's eyes and did knock it down with his hand. Man, that was a hell of a play call. Call that play, Nick Sheridan. Man. All right, so it's you got a minute left. I don't think they're going to be able to get the snap off. The play clock is getting down, and I would imagine that's a delay of game, which would be Vanderbilt's second penalty. There's only been that's the 5th penalty of the half. Alabama has been penalized 3 times for 33 yards, and Vanderbilt has been penalized 2 times for 10 yards. Hattie May is not liking what he's seen from Kane Womack in the Alabama defense. He reconstructed this entire defense. This is a complete different system that they ran. And that's why I was asking you kind of going into this week. And I said no, but did you feel that this defense is better than last year's defense? And you don't have a lot of data points. They played well at times, and other times they've been kind of susceptible to different variations, whether it's a deep pass or runs up the middle. I don't know. This will provide us some more data points to work with. It's a run up the middle, and now Vanderbilt will face a 4th down. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, it hasn't been the game that we expected it to. This is probably the least likely of scenarios that I thought that would happen in this matchup, is that Vanderbilt is leading at halftime by 2 scores. I mean, I didn't expect this game to be close. I have it on receipts that I had it, 56-3. I think a lot of Alabama fans had Alabama winning by large margins. It's 3rd and 14. Diego Pavia back to pass. He's rolling out to his right. He gets a defender to jump. He spins out of bounds, and it's going to be 4th down. So, we all had a total lack of respect for Vanderbilt. Second half is ours, Greg is saying. Yeah, I like the optimism. So it's going to be a 4th down, and here comes the special teams unit for Vanderbilt. You got Brock Taylor. He had a 51-yarder earlier. Here he is for another field goal. This would put Vanderbilt up 26-14 before half. I don't know, Looks like Vanderbilt took a timeout. They're going to try to ice their own kicker, I guess. I mean, because you can't just throw it up. I might watch for a trick play here. Right? If you're on the defense, I'm saying because Ryan Williams put his what does that say? T, what does that say? Leave no doubt. Yeah, leave no doubt. All right, so update. Can we get a picture of that? We'll rewind. We'll rewind and get that. So T, I'll give you the remote. You can rewind and get the eye black. That's kind of like a trending thing now. So after this T. Actually, you could, just let this run. Sorry. All right, so Vanderbilt is not going to punt the football, which I'd imagine gives Alabama a little bit of time before halftime. But look, at this point, if you're Alabama, you just sit on it. So I would imagine we go into the halftime break 23-14. Cole Adams back to return the punt. The punt is a short punt. It's going to be inside the 20. Yeah, Alabama, I would imagine they just sit on this. So, T, you could work on that if you'd like, please. You could just rewind and just get a snapshot. All right, Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Let's go over the halftime stats as we get into halftime of this game. I mean, look, what is your level of anxiety in terms of, this game? 10 being the highest. Do you feel that, we're good? Alabama comes back. 10 the highest. I mean, what's kind of your level of anxiety right now, or anger or frustration, right? KTK points it out that Alabama was a 23.5-point favorite in this game. Yeah, I think it absolutely, it opened at like 24 or whatever. All right, let's look at the halftime stats. And what I'll do is I'll zoom in on Alabama, and then I'll go to Vanderbilt. So at the halftime break, Vanderbilt leads this game 23-14. Jalen Milroe, 6 of 9, 99 yards. Jam Miller has 44 yards rushing. Justice Haynes has 21 yards rushing. 3 rushers for a total of 58 yards. Now, receiving-wise, Justice Haynes leads the – this is really surprising right here. Tim, I appreciate – no – some people have 10 anger. Some people have 5. Some people all around the board. These stats are the most surprising to me right now. It's kind of the distribution, right? Now, you do have 6 – it says 6 different receivers, but there's only one receiver that has caught a pass. Who had it on their bingo card that, Ryan Williams wouldn't have a reception at halftime, right? And not to say he's cooled down. I mean, there's still so much football left to play, but that's kind of where we're at for receiving stats. Now, when you go to Vanderbilt, this is a team that has certainly played time of possession football against Alabama. Pavia 6 of 9 for 96 yards. Now, 31 of those yards came on a play where it was like a shovel pass towards the end of the second quarter. Alexander has 14 attempts for 40 yards, and then Stowers has 48 yards. Now, here we go. On this side, I think this is probably where we get into the most telling stats of the game, is that the total yards by Vanderbilt is 186 compared to Alabama's 157. I haven't seen a team, have a game plan this well executed against Alabama in quite some time. I mean, you look at the passing yard difference; it's pretty much the same. Rushing yards, they have, a few more yards than Alabama. Now, this is the thing. There was a drive that eventually led to a touchdown where you had 3 penalties that went for 33 yards. There was the illegal substitution, there was the face mask, and there was the roughing the passer. Each of those penalties, those are avoidable, right? And then when you come out, there was a fumble, but that was overturned, right? So they're not playing sharp, but this is probably the most telling stat. 2 stats that I want you guys to know, okay? The penalties, right? Here it is, penalties. 3 for 30, right here at the top of your screen, right? That's interesting. And this right here, you see third downs? Now, going into this game, teams against Alabama had a 17% chance to get a first down on third down. It's that 70%, right? And then this is the most telling stat right here. And this goes into Vanderbilt controlling the tempo of this game. They've had the football 21 minutes to Alabama's 8, right? So, you know what, Robbie Oots, that turf, you're absolutely right. I've seen a lot of players slip on the turf. Plus, I've seen some holding calls that haven't necessarily been called holding. Let's do a scoring summary, and then we'll look at some scores around the country. So Vanderbilt jumps off to a 7-0 lead over the Crimson Tide after a touchdown. The drive was 10 plays for 75 yards and lasted 6 minutes and 14 seconds. Honestly, thought that was a fantastic drive that was put together by Vanderbilt. Very well executed. They ran up the middle. They threw some passes that were completed by Diego Pavia. And then Vanderbilt goes up by a score of 13-0 after an interception off a tipped ball. Jalen Milroe went to a wide receiver. It was tipped up in the air, and it's 13-0. Alabama rallies back, and a Jan Miller touchdown off a 7-play, 75-yard drive makes it 13-7. Now, this drive is the one that had all those penalties. That was the one that went 17 plays for 75 yards and lasted 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Like that'll just make you so mad, right? And then after that, they kick a 51-yard field goal. This guy missed a PAT, and he comes in and makes a 51-yard field goal. Now, Alabama got a big run by Jan Miller just before halftime and puts points on the board to make it 23-14. So, that's kind of the halftime look when you look to this particular game. I think, for me, what I want to see in this second half, because, look, you have to have next quarter mentality. The game is not over. Let's see what Alabama can do in terms of third down, because right now they're getting absolutely eaten alive by Alabama, by Vanderbilt's offense. I think Vanderbilt, honestly, is doing an amazing job from an execution standpoint. I think their OC is outmaneuvering Coach Kane Womack, to be honest. I think that's where you got to see some improvements on third down specifically. I want to see how Alabama can fight. Alabama has not faced any type of adversity this year, but this is a perfect time for them to face adversity, right? So how can these guys fight? I'm curious to see it. What do you want to see from Alabama in the second half? Sound off inside the comment box. Now, currently, when you look to the win probability, you're still in a good spot, okay? The ESPN kind of goes back and forth. And right now, as you can see, I think a lot of people are expecting Alabama to come back. It's only 51%. That's the win probability. This is a computer. We know the computer's not real, but they're fun stats to look at. All right, let's look at a couple scores from across the world of college football. We'll start up at the top. I think these are just the SEC scoreboard. So right now in Athens, Georgia, you have the Georgia Bulldogs leading Auburn by a score of 21-10. Carson Beck, very accurate in this game, 17 of 21. 159 yards passing with a touchdown as Georgia looks to land Auburn another loss. They would start off 0-3 in SEC play, and they're still getting recruits. Auburn is still getting guys despite the trajectory of this program. That's like, it's mind-blowing to me. Okay, Ole Miss is beating South Carolina by a score of 24-3. Jackson Dart, 14 of 22. Henry Parrish has 44 yards rushing for the Rebels. In Nash Vegas, Vanderbilt, that's the shocking score of college football. And you know what? I'm going to say this. This is truth. Alabama will be judged heavily by the fact that they're losing. You will never, this is already headlines that they're losing at halftime. You can be Oregon, you can be Michigan, you can be any other program. I promise you are never going to see this will stay with them through the playoffs. And if it comes to some sort of weird playoff seeding, they're going to be like, well, Notre Dame beat Louisville and Alabama was trailing Vanderbilt. I I promise you, I promise, they're held to a different standard. That's what's so terrible about a game like this. This evening, what are you guys eating for dinner? Anybody getting? We get Wingstop on Sundays. But Tennessee and Arkansas, that's at 6:30. I'm curious to see what happens in that game. And I bet Tennessee now is going to be like, hey, let's go get the number 1 spot. Let's beat up on Arkansas. They'll use that as kind of motivation in their game. And then Central Florida taking on Florida. And you have Missouri, who was beaten today by Texas A&M. I'm not surprised by that score at all whatsoever. I'm not. I didn't know how good that Missouri team was. I don't know how good Texas A&M is, but I do know that Texas A&M is now undefeated in SEC play. As we go around the horn in college football, you have Iowa State dominating Iowa, currently 28-0, putting up 21 points in the third quarter. I guess we don't have any stats from that game. What's going on? We talked about the game between Georgia and Auburn already. Indiana trying to get to 5. See, this is going to be the other thing. People are already talking about Indiana. If they beat Northwestern barely, these guys will continue to shoot up. They're not held to the same standard, right? So on the verge of being 6-0 on the season. Games later tonight include Clemson taking on Florida State in a game where Clemson is favored by 17 points, right? Saw DJU had surgery on his finger. He won't face his former team. You have Utah State taking on Boise State. And then in the Big Ten, you have Michigan taking on Washington. I still just don't feel that Michigan is like a top 10 team. But then again, they beat USC right here, right? 10-11, I guess. I mean, is Michigan better than Oregon? I don't know. Baylor taking on Iowa State, and Miami and Cal in what used to be Pac-12 after dark. I guess it's ACC after dark. Are we staying up late for that one? Cam Ward, 1,700 yards passing on the year with 18 touchdowns. And then earlier scores, Penn State beat UCLA 27-11. And SMU beats Louisville. And then Friday Night Lights, you had Oregon State beat Michigan State 31-10. And then Syracuse, I told you Syracuse would win that game 44-41. All right. We might do a hat change. I'm going to grab a quick bite, and I'll be back in maybe 5 minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys so much. How the watch-along works, just like we've seen in the first half, and then following the game, we'll bring Coach Kalen DeBoer to you guys. We'll do an instant reaction, talk about the game, and, we'll dive into it. So I appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I'm going to take, my little halftime break, and I'll be with you back when the game kicks off here in a few minutes right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much, to the people that have super chatted. You guys keep, the show alive and what it is today. So we appreciate you guys so much. And thank you so much for super chatting us right here on Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to become a fan funder of Bama Football on YouTube, the link is pinned in the description box. Thank you so much, and be right back here in a few minutes on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, we got a hat change. All right, we went with the 4 + 2 = 6. We'll see if that does anything. Not that I'm responsible for any of the play in that first half, all right, because that was not it. Okay. I think when I've kind of just had a few minutes, 5 minutes to kind of think about this game, what I keep going back to is the fact that this team has not been punched in the mouth. They've never went in. They haven't had adversity under Coach Kalen DeBoer. Coach Kalen DeBoer has had zero adversity, right? Not that he can't deal with it. Clearly he has. He's a great coach who has a lot of really good demeanor. But if you go back all the way from when Coach Kalen DeBoer took over for Coach Saban, everything has been perfect, right? And that's just because Alabama is a well-oiled machine, and you kind of just stack on to the foundation that's already there at Alabama. Now where we can see him really shine as a coach is in games like this, because the SEC, and I think what we're going to have to get accustomed to as fans, and the second half is about to start, is that this season is going to be more like the NFL in terms of kind of the ups and the downs. Now, while Alabama is going to be favored pretty much against everyone they play, teams in the SEC come to play. And I guess Diego Pavia was right. This isn't the same Vanderbilt team that there's been in the past. Respect to how those guys have been playing, but I trust in Coach Kalen DeBoer's abilities to make halftime adjustments. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'm sure that he's been trailing in games before. So let's see what happens in the second half of football. Appreciate the show sponsors thus far on Bama Football on YouTube. And here comes Ryan Williams with the kick return. No, who is that? That is Emmanuel Henderson. And, man, that was an absolutely – the kick returners for Alabama have been fantastic this year. And that's a way to get that momentum back, right? You need momentum. How are you going to get it? Well, you go to your playmakers. And, the first play in the second half is nearly return to the house for Emmanuel Henderson to do his thing. So I thought it was Ryan Williams. I was like, oh, my God, this guy can change everything. But here comes Alabama with amazing field position. This is the first play of the second half, and Alabama's going to be at its own, I don't know, what is that, the 46-yard line. So great field position after a beautiful kick return by Emmanuel Henderson, who looked, oh, man, I'm so happy for him getting some opportunities. Last year was, setback with the injury, so good to see him back on the field. Jalen Milroe takes over for this squad. It's going to be a passing play. He throws it out, and it's completed to Jeremy Bernard, who's going to get, 6 yards, and we start with some momentum. So here you go. Hey, T, can you make sure that we're up to speed, just like fast forward a little bit? I appreciate it. Thanks, Roman. Sometimes we're ahead. Sometimes we're behind. I think for the most part, I have cable and I have YouTube TV, so I appreciate the heads up. And I did rewind it a little bit. So it is a completed pass to Ryan Williams. That's a 13-yard game. That's his first reception of the game. So you start to see Jalen Milroe, kind of working to his wide receivers, which is good to see. Alabama now with another first down after a completed pass to Ryan Williams. Jalen Milroe in shotgun. Looks like Justice Haynes in the backfield. Really good pass protection. And Milroe fires a dart, and that is going to be completed to Ryan Williams for another first down. Yo, that's good. Cyber, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. All right, so it's going to be another first down for Alabama, and it is going to be a 14-yard touchdown run by Jalen Milroe. All right, so that was – you talk about a lightning strike, and Milroe's in. It was a 5-play, 53-yard scoring – that's what you see. You changed the hat. You got Ryan Williams and Jalen Milroe dancing in the end zone. And just like that, here comes Alabama. And you got to think, that takes a lot of wind out of the sails of Vanderbilt. Because they literally just come out. They nearly return the kick for a touchdown. You move it down the field. Jalen Milroe, during that drive, he connects with Jeremy Bernard, Ryan Williams twice, start to air it out to his wide receivers. He now has 138 yards passing in this game. 5 plays, 53 yards, 2 minutes and 51 seconds. and you put points on the board, easy money, as DW says inside the comment box. Alabama now trailing Vanderbilt by a score of 23-21. Oh, so there you go. And that's what I was saying. Like a good sign of a coach is somebody who doesn't get too emotional in a game like that. Like things are going to go wrong. This won't, man. Tyler Booker out there pulling, that is a scary sight. Yikes. You know, how are you going to be able to respond in games like, because that's not going to be the only time that they face adversity. So I look at it kind of as a positive to see how this team can start rolling. On my screen, I'm seeing the commercial of Coach Saban with the Verbo. He's like telling the couple who's in to stay that they can't do this or they can't. It's one of my favorite commercials. The best commercial of Coach Saban is when he's at Home Depot and he's doing the game day zen. Have you seen this? And his shoes are off. His shoes are off and they're in sand. He doesn't say a word. And he's cutting a bonsai. Has anyone seen this? I don't even know where I saw this because I haven't seen it on TV. I think I might have seen it on my phone or something like that. So anyways, 23-21. Alabama comes out in the second half and puts points right on the board. Jalen Milroe right now 10 of 14, 138 yards passing. Hasn't thrown a touchdown. He does have an interception, which was returned for a touchdown. Jam Miller, 44 yards. Justice Haynes, 21 yards. Ryan Williams, 2 catches for 24 yards. Justice Haynes, 2 for 17. C.J. Dupree, 1 for 46. Jalen Milroe continues to spread the football out. Last week against Georgia, we saw him connect with 11 different wide receivers, which I think is a continued growth from Jalen as a quarterback, right? He's throwing it to everybody, feeding the tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs. In today's game, he has 8 receivers that have caught 10 receptions for 138 yards. So that's another sign of a quarterback that can utilize all of his weapons, and we're starting to see the wide receivers kind of come in. You got the 4+2 hat on, and we've had some good production so far. So haven't seen a touchdown pass from Ryan Williams to from Jalen Milroe to Ryan Williams yet, but I don't know. Who thinks Ryan Williams scores a touchdown? Sound off as fast as you can inside the comment box. T, you think we get a touchdown from Ryan Williams?
I hope so. I think so. Yeah.
What if he scores a touchdown every single game this season?
You know, he's amazing. He could do it.
Right? Yeah, I think his fast start has been electric. All right, now let's see what type of defensive adjustments that the defense can do. And I think, you know, kind of coming into the season, I think there was a lot of pressure probably on Kane Womack, you know, considering that he reconstructed this defense. And he has been criticized, you know, at different points of the season. And you know, this is now their 5th game, so you start to get some real data points on how they're performing and what type of adjustments that you're making, specifically in the second half. Because last year, we saw Alabama's defense do an amazing job in second half adjustments. So Connor Talty is about to kick the football off, and away we go. This will be Vanderbilt's first opportunity with the football of the second half. Vanderbilt leading this game. T, if you can update the scoreboard, it is 23-21 at this point in time. Appreciate you. And there is 12 minutes in second in the third quarter. Now, a lot of this will be time possession based off Vanderbilt, right? Like, they want to control the game, the tempo, which they did clearly in the first half. Whitney, what's up? I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Adam, good to see you, man. Miss Quick Grill. Yeah, Quick Grill. And Pelham, what's up? Coming to you from Washington, D.C. Yeah, that's what's up, man. The nation's capital. Used to live up. Yeah, James, we just updated the score. Got it. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, and anything that you guys see on the show, because we do all the graphics in-house, like, feel free to point stuff out that you might want to see, or like sometimes, a lot of times during the week, because I do all the graphics myself, you might see an error, like a spelling error or something like that. Feel free to throw it in. I'm human. I make mistakes. I'm accountable for the graphics. I will update them, though. So I promise you, just let me know. All right, Vanderbilt back in action. You got Diego Pavia, who's going to be absolutely wrapped up in the backfield off of option, and that is Q-Rob playing that woof position, right? I'm notoriously known for saying woof when it is wolf. And really good play. And you got veterans on the defensive side, especially on the linebacker core, right? Like, You have Deontay Lawson. You have Jahad Campbell. You have Q-Rob. These guys have played a lot of games, a lot of downs, a lot of snaps, and that was a really good wrap-up in the backfield. And I think Alabama, finally, this is kind of for the first time that you've seen them have some momentum. That's why it'd be critical for like a turnover, a pick six, even to get like a 3-and-out right here would be tremendous. All right, Vanderbilt is going to look like a fake jet sweep, and then Diego Pavia is going to connect with that wide receiver. It's still going to put them with a 3rd and 9. So at this point in time, Vanderbilt has been very successful on 3rd down. And credit to them, because this is the only team that they have faced, and this includes Georgia, that they have had success on 3rd downs. They really have. They've been 70% in this game thus far, which is absolutely outstanding. Hats off to their play scheming, because that is hard to do against this Alabama defense. You got 2 wide receivers to the top, 2 wide receivers at the bottom. It is 3rd and 9, and let's see what Diego Pavia can do. Here comes the pass rush, and it is completed pass to Stowers, who now records another reception. That's a 1st down. He has 3 receptions for 60 yards. It's kind of like a deep post, and he picks up 12 yards, and they continue to move the chains. All right, so they are 8 of 11 on 3rd downs. All right, not good. Those are the things that'll drive you crazy, you know, as a head football coach, as a defensive coordinator. And, you know, is that the schematics? Is that on the players? Or is that on the quarterback? I mean, that was a pretty damn good pass. All right, here comes Diego Pavia, receiver coming in motion, and it's going to be a keeper by the quarterback. He gets, he got like 3 yards. He's good. Stowers has been his main target, 3 receptions. He's been targeted 4 times for 60 yards. I don't know why Pavia's out. Oh, his helmet came off. Man, you know what? Have you guys seen this? I've even seen this at JV and varsity level. There are so many helmets. I don't know what's happening. Everyone's helmet's flying off. So quarterbacks, Diego, his helmet flew off, and he had to sub out this play. So, you know, they don't have him, and Q-Rob makes an amazing play. He might be on our I know he had the penalty in the first half, but, man, he's made 2 really good tackle for losses here in the second half. I've always liked Q-Rob. I think he has a really good game. He has a really long wingspan. As you could see, you know, the 3rd down defense are talking about it here as well. We've been talking about this. This is monumental. This is a 3rd and 8. This could be a great opportunity to take the whole momentum of the game right here. 3rd and 8. 2 wide receivers kind of spread across the field. And here is Diego. Not really sending pressure. Overton was kind of bottled up. And the receiver is able to make a second effort, and he got the 1st down. Damn. Wow. Unbelievable. 9 of 12 on 3rd downs. That's crazy. And then with Stowers working against the freshman, Red Morgan. Now, Red Morgan didn't make contact with him, but he just a second effort by the wide receiver. I mean, was that great, you know, coverage? I don't know, but it was a great second effort by Stowers, who now has 69 yards, and the drive continues. Another 1st down. And again, you see the time of possession. This is something that they want to control. Diego Pavia with a run to the outside, and he's going to be almost body slammed by Keon Sabb. He gets maybe 2 yards. Was an option keeper. Yo, everybody is slipping on this turf. Everybody. Second and 8 for Vanderbilt. Pistol formation. Maybe I should have changed the coffee mug too. All right. Pistol formation, man in motion. Receiver kind of comes around, circles the running back. I didn't even see who got the ball. It's a handoff up the middle, and Alabama stops. It's going to be, another 3rd down. It's a rush up the middle for 1 yard, stop by Jahad Campbell. Now, if they get this third down, they can't get this one, right? Another third down? Yo, the field is just, yeah, it is. It is. What is Kane Womack wearing? Maybe that's it. Yeah, what was that? What, I didn't like Kane Womack's top. Was he wearing like a vest? All right, Diego Pavia going deep. Oh, and he had a wide receiver, and he dropped it. Man, this has happened so many times to Alabama. Saban Brown was beat, but he dropped the pass. Oh, my goodness, man. That would have been a gain of, I don't know, 30. I mean, he beat Red Morgan. Oh, the ball, that was a bad pass. But, I mean, they say if it hits your hand, you should catch it. The ball was a little bit to the left, but he was ahead of Saban Brown. I mean, I think we all saw that. So, anyways, now you're punting to Colt Adams, who now has kind of like this robotic, sleeve on. It looks like the punter has socks on. A lot of weird things going on right there. Colt Adams to fair catch it. He fakes the fair catch, and it stops at the 5-yard line. So, I mean, Alabama, the good news is they got him off the field. The bad news is they're starting, I guess, at the, 4-yard line. No sweat for Bama, right? Let's see what Milroe can do. I'll be right back here in 2 seconds. All right, fam, we are back. Alabama will start the football. We'll get their next possession of the second half at the 4-yard line. So a lot of field to work with. But that first drive that they had was really well constructed, and they kind of just lightning quick went down, scored. Let's see it looks like they have a lot of momentum too. Despite the fact that Vanderbilt picked up several third downs, they were able to get them off the field. And here we go. All right, so you got the Heisman Trophy winning, or the favorite at quarterback. You got Jeremy Bernard motioning. I would imagine Ryan Williams is closest to our screen. Jam Miller in the backfield. There's a handoff up the middle, and it doesn't go anywhere. 23-21, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Tied trail by 2. Vanderbilt in the all black. You take the lead right here. I mean, you start to build up a ton of momentum. Yeah, David, I think you're right, man. I'm kind of feeling get number 2 the ball. How about 94-yard touchdown pass. All right, here's Jalen Milroe, shotgun. Good pass protection, a little bit of heat. Goes for Ryan Williams. He's absolutely stuck. He pops right back up. Good toughness shown. Yo, Vanderbilt is absolutely sticking Alabama wide receivers all over. He got popped. So he goes up.
Look at that jump.
Damn, I can't believe how high he jumped.
He was like
Yo, that was like
a body length on top of him.
did you see that vertical by Ryan Williams? Damn. That dude is tough, too. He popped right back up. All right, so it's a 3rd down and 9 for Alabama. Here's Jalen Milroe. Back to pass. He almost falls in the end zone, and he's going to throw it way downfield to a wide open. Well, it was contested, I guess, but Jerry Bernard comes up with the catch. There's a flag on the play, and it's going to be an illegal forward pass. What is that going to mean right there? That is 23. That would have been a gain of 49 yards. So he crossed the line of scrimmage, and he threw the ball downfield. I guess it was contested. Jeremy Bernard comes up with it. It's going to be a 4th down for Alabama. Wow. So, I mean, I was wondering if he threw that. It would look like almost his knee went. No, it didn't. He touches the ground. He comes out, and then he just launches it downfield. Wow. Yeah, and there you go. Look at it right here. Yep, he was over. Okay, well, 4th and 11 for Alabama. They'll have to so it's going to be a punt by James Burnup. He's in the pretty much, pinned back. And Alabama's actually going to stick the punt return man. And Vanderbilt will start with the football in pretty good field position. All right, there was a big hit by Vanderbilt on Ryan Williams. Now, the pass was high. And you look at that drive, and that was on Jalen Milroe, right? He threw the football over the line of scrimmage. It was a high throw to Ryan Williams, right? And it was a run to Jam Miller. That was the play sequence. That's what happened. So let's see if Alabama's defense, which has struggled today, for the most part, getting Vanderbilt off the field. Vanderbilt is 9 of 13 on 3rd downs, all right? So let's see what happens here coming up in 3rd down. Appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Appreciate you guys rocking with me today. How the watch along works is we will take you all the way into the press conference, right, afterwards, and then we'll do an instant game reaction and, tighten it up here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right. Yo, Calvin, what's up? That's a great question. It seems I've seen so many guys slip on this turf. Sometimes turf, if you don't have the right cleats, sometimes turf is just slippery. And I have seen everybody, even Vanderbilt's players, slipping on the turf. This seems like almost the worst turf that I've seen players play on. Burma is asking, how many plays until Vandy scores? Man, I don't know. I mean, the kicker hit a 51. A touchdown right here would obviously, it doesn't send you into panic mode by any stretch of the imagination. But right now, this is interesting. So despite Alabama still trailing in this game, on ESPN they have a win probability of 54%.
Alabama does?
Yeah. So, these are computer modules. And I think the thing to remember, too, with this, when you watch, is kind of like the emotions of the game. Like, these coaches, I promise you, this isn't the first time Coach Kalen DeBoer has been in these type of situations. And, Alabama, has the talent to be able to score lightning quick. But I think when you zoom out of this game, did they eat the rat poison. I still think 100% they win the game. But you start to question a couple things. Did they eat the rat poison? Is the SEC just the gauntlet that we expect it to be? Plus, look, Vanderbilt has played some really good football this season. They've lost 2 games in overtime, right? So, a dangerous team. They still have pride in performance, just like Coach Saban talked about. It is, and I think the thing with Alabama, because we're not necessarily accustomed to this, is you're not used to seeing this team playing from behind. But I think if you zoom out, it's a good opportunity for them to learn how to play from behind, from the coaches, right? All the schematics. I would imagine that this isn't the last time Alabama trails. You got to learn how to play in all different situations. So I look at it as a learning opportunity. There's still a lot of football left. I mean, there's 4 minutes before the third quarter, and Alabama can score just like that. It doesn't take long for 4 to hit 2 for it to equal 6. 2-yard gain for, Kerry, what's up? I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. I mean, the SEC is it's completely different from the Big Ten, from the Big 12. I mean, the amount of teams in here. I mean, you saw Kentucky nearly beat Georgia, right? You saw Texas A&M beat Missouri, right? It's going to be another handoff from Vanderbilt. So you're going to get another third down opportunity from Vanderbilt's offense and for Alabama's defense. North Alabama Storm Chase says Vandy is winning because they are playing mistake-free football and are winning the turnover battle as well as clock management. I think the clock management, certainly, right? The clock management, they are absolutely milking the clock. And that's something that they clearly wanted to do. Nobody wants to go, they don't have the athletes to go toe-to-toe with Alabama, right? 3rd and 6 for Vandy. You got 3 wide receivers up to the top. Pavia kind of runs around, and it's going to be a pass, but it's going to be short of the first down. So they're going to have a 4th and 1. This is going to be interesting to see what happens right here. Angels pissed. Kick it. Crossing fingers. Does Vanderbilt go for this right here with 4th and 1? Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. 4th and 1. Here comes Vanderbilt. It is a 4th and 1 for Vanderbilt. Here they come. They sit to the line. It is 4th and 1. Here comes Diego Pavia. He's going to go back, and he's going to go downfield for a wide open wide receiver, and that's a touchdown. Wow. Junior Sherrill comes up with the score. Is a 36-yard touchdown strike from Diego Pavia. 4 plays, 45 yards, a touchdown, Tide beaten over the top. My goodness. Unacceptable. 4th and 1, they go for it. Man, 29-21. See what happens on the PAT. The guy missed one earlier, but it's 29-21. Wow. Took it right to him. 4th and 1, and you're beat over the top. Diego Pavia on the night. 11 of 15, 163, a touchdown. They continue to milk that clock and put points on the board. PAT is good. It is 30-21 in Nash Vegas. Got over the top. I haven't seen the replay. Was that on Malachi Moore who was beat over the top? Man, woo. That was crazy. Okay, so let's see what happens. So it's a fake, and then Diego Pavia literally throws one up. Perfect ball, and gets behind Malachi Moore. And Keon Sabb gets behind him. They got to him. Quay Russo has him on the ground. The guy made a hell of a catch. That was a phenomenal catch. Man. Wow. Let me ask you this. Okay? Right now, who is this on? Is this on the players? Is this on Coach Kalen DeBoer? Is it on the defense? Is it, a credit to Vanderbilt? Right now, if you're pointing fingers, or if you're going to one particular thing, I think Vanderbilt's offense I think you give them credit. Vanderbilt's offense is beating Alabama's defense. Like, you can't stop this quarterback. Yeah, I still think they're Alabama's winning too. I think there's still so much time. Like I'm now Vanderbilt has this thing is so funny. It's now saying 68%.
For Alabama to win?
Is the score updated, T? Yes. No, it has Vanderbilt at 68. I just like to show it because I like to go back and be like, at this point in time, they had a 68% chance to win, and Alabama came back, right, and defied the odds. All right, here comes Jalen Milroe in this squad. Where's the score? Yeah, scoreboard's updated, 30-21. Fake the jet sweep. Jalen Milroe back to pass. Finds Cole Adams. Good to see Cole Adams with the robotic arm. I think that's his first catch since, he's come back. That was a gain of 14. Milroe now 12 of 17 in this game for 150 yards. Jerry Bernard takes a handoff to the outside, kind of spins and gets 5. Yo, I do like Jerry Bernard too. He's a good player. When you look at kind of the transfers that have been brought in, he's solid. Bernard's a very good wide receiver. No updates on Kobe Prentice. If you're missing it, Kobe Prentice went out earlier with obviously a head injury. The guy looked like he honestly lost consciousness. So thoughts and prayers out to Kobe Prentice. Came back, walked on his own, cognizance, and we'll keep you posted on the post game about injuries. But we love Kobe, so keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Handoff up the middle of the field. It's going to be a gain of 2 yards for Justice Haynes. 1:40 before the fourth quarter. All right. It's going to be an Alabama penalty, a false start. These are avoidable errors. All right. David's saying, I'm about to become a smoker and a drinker. Who will be a drunk. Man. Another a false start, and Alabama now has 5 penalties for 42 yards. Vanderbilt has 2 penalties for 10 yards. Right? You look at the turnovers. Alabama has 1 turnover, which went for 6. Vanderbilt, 0 turnovers at this point in time. Man, you just got to somehow figure out how to, come back and, put some points on the board. Let's see what happens. Alabama right now, did I see that right? Is there 2 of 10 on third downs? It's 3rd and 7. No, they're 2 of 5 on third downs. Here comes Jalen Milroe. What is this, a timeout? Vanderbilt took a timeout. We'll take a quick timeout, too. There's 1:10 before the fourth quarter. It is 30-21. Let's calm down. Be right back here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, let's see what happens. You got 1:10. All right, it is 3rd and 7 for Alabama. And guess who it is? Ryan Hollywood Williams. Oh, my goodness. Yo, it is a 59-yard touchdown to Hollywood. Oh, my goodness. Yo, this guy is man. Oh, man. Jalen Milroe back to pass. It looked like they elevated him on the 58-yard touchdown reception. He now has 82 yards receiving in this game. Wow. Did he step out? I don't know if he stepped out. God, he's so good. Oh, man. I'm telling you, he is the best wide receiver in college football, period.
I don't think he's out.
I don't think so either. I can't tell from that angle. Right? PAT's good. No, he's good. I think they asked, but that's why I'm not stressing, man. This dude is like, he's too good. 30-27. And PAT's good, so it was a 4-play, 75-yard drive. Like, come on. Man, that guy is just... How would you describe Ryan Williams? What are like some adjectives to describe him? Superhuman? Okay. Look at this. He goes up. His body control is something like I've never seen before.
That vertical is something I've never.
Yeah.
He's just like a
Look, I don't think
NBA player.
He doesn't wear even thigh pads or knee pads.
Or he's just that skinny.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look at this. So he goes up, catches it. Man, we're honestly like watching history. Like there is nothing like the Alien. Someone said phenomenal, electric. Man, like that's why I'm not stressing out. Like a team that's going to be able to beat these guys, and I know they haven't played their best game. But a team that can beat this team is a team that can outscore them. That's it. Like, I've never really been stressing that Alabama's going to lose this game. Now, are they playing their best game? No, like, not at all. Like, there's a lot of things that you can point to. Alabama now has, check this out. Now they have, even though they're trailing, did you update the scoreboard? They have a 55% chance to win this game, even though they're trailing. You see what I'm saying? Like, because we know. So now you go to the defense and you see what the defense can do. I would imagine, you know what? This is my prediction. I predict you get a turnover right here. Vanderbilt, a lot of things have been going their way. Okay? Man, Vanderbilt. And you know what? When you talk about big plays, there's big plays, and then there's like big moments, big plays. Think about this. In two different times that Alabama has been trailing, who do they go to? Right? Who does Milroe go to? Ryan Williams. And each specific time, he's come up with a touchdown. Like, big-time players, what do they say? It's cliche. Big-time players rise up in big-time games. That's exactly what he's doing. Here comes Vanderbilt. They get, 2 yards. And you got to get off the field, right? You'd love to see, if it's not a turnover, get him off the field in like a 3-and-out and put the ball back in Milroe's hands, right? You go up. I think if they go up, Vanderbilt doesn't come back, and that's kind of it. We're about to go to the fourth quarter. Alabama has the momentum. Alabama has scored 2 touchdowns in this quarter. Vanderbilt scored on that 4th down and 1. Yo, Hollywood is like... He's unstoppable. He's unbelievable. All right, here comes Vanderbilt. It's another option, kind of like a shovel, and it's going to go for 33, 40. What does that go for? 33 yards to go into the fourth quarter. How, like, this is a crazy play. So they basically like do a jet sweep, but there's another receiver and they option it up. And they've picked up 30 yards on each of those plays. So we go into the fourth quarter. It is 30-28. Coach Kalen DeBoer is fired up. Alabama still has a lot of momentum. Big play from Vanderbilt. They're moving down the field. We're going into the fourth quarter. Let me know. Type yes, fam, if you think that Alabama still wins this game. Right now, type yes inside the comment box as fast as you can. Let's see how many yeses we can how many we can get. Type yes if you think Alabama still wins this game. Take a commercial. I'll be right back. Type yes if you think that Alabama still wins this game. All right, fam. We're back. Just about to start the fourth quarter. I appreciate it. We got 624 up in the house. Appreciate you guys being here. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, I think when you look to this game overall, I mean, I certainly didn't expect. I don't think anybody expected it to be 30-28. But I have never doubted Alabama's ability to come back in this game and still win the game. You get a stop right here from the defense, which surprisingly, Vanderbilt's offense has been quite effective in moving the ball and picking up large chunks of yardage on critical plays, right? Like that one right there, what did it go for? That one went for 33 yards. There was a long touchdown. So now it comes back to, the defense. And look, the offense has done their job. The offense, clearly, 2 possessions, they scored 2 touchdowns, and in big plays, right? Ryan Williams with the recent one, which is just like he's just unbelievable. I mean, I don't know. I wish I had a better adjective to kind of describe what we're seeing. And credit to Jalen Milroe too. I mean, that was a great ball. So Vanderbilt, as they start the fourth quarter, has a 2-yard gain, and it'll be 2nd and 8. All right, so here we go. It is 2nd and 9 for Vanderbilt. Diego Pavia is going to have a quarterback keeper, and he's going to get, 8 yards, maybe 9. He's close to the first down marker. Man, it's like I did not expect them to be able to move the football. So but total yards, it's not like an overwhelming amount of yards. It's 300 yards. It's a 196 passing, which is way above average, and it's only 104. The thing is, they're moving the chains, and they're keeping the time of possession, right? They have the ball 29, almost 30 minutes of this game has been Vanderbilt, which is clearly their point, which they wanted to do in a game like this. In the pistol set, Diego Pavia facing a 3rd and 1, see if Alabama can get off. They run right up the middle, and they're able to get another first down on Alabama. That time, a gain of 12, which is absolutely unacceptable as they continue to move the chains. Man, look, they're almost in the red zone. Thankfully, Damani Jackson comes up and makes a tackle along with Keon Sabb. Running up the middle seemed to be a viable option for Vanderbilt this entire game. It's not like they ran to the outside. They ran right up the middle against Alabama. 3 wide receivers to the bottom of your screen. Got a wide receiver up top. Vanderbilt leads this game 30-28. Will Alabama be able to make a stop on defense here, which is critical? Here comes Diego Pavia. It's a gain of 3 yards. It's going to be a 2nd and 7. Now they're in the red zone. Man. That looked like a hold to me on Devontae Smith. All right, you got to have the defense. They've been bending a little bit, but you can't break here in a situation like this. 2nd and 7. Vanderbilt is at, the 16. It's a handoff right up the middle. Running back's going to get another gain of 4, so it's going to be a 3rd and 3. Vanderbilt on 3rd down conversions in this game, 10 of 15. Get off the field. Force them into a field goal. And if you're Vanderbilt, do you even go for it on 4th down? Because you know that they're not going to be able to stop Alabama on offense. They're not. Alabama's going to score every single time they get the football from here on out. David, I've seen a lot of holds in this game. Here comes Diego. He's got 3 yards to get for a first down. It's 3rd and 3. They've pretty much got what they've wanted on 3rd downs in this game. Diego's going to get to the outside. He's going to throw it to a wide receiver. There's a penalty in the back. It's going to be a touchdown. It's a touchdown, but there's a penalty. Is that going to be a hold? It has to be a hold. It was thrown back behind the line. Has to be a penalty, 1,000,000%. It's going to be a holding. Finally. Yo, we've been calling these penalties all game long, and finally it's a penalty called on Vanderbilt, which takes the touchdown off the board. All right, so they're going to face a 3rd and 13 now. With a touchdown. Finally. Yo, how many holdings do you think you've seen? Honestly, like the casual fan watching the game, you're not a coach. How many have you seen no more than 5? I've seen like 10. I'm just a fan too watching the game. I've seen a lot. It's a 3rd and 13. Surely they can't get this, convert on this. All right. That was Vanderbilt's 3rd penalty, by the way. All right. It is 3rd and 13. Let's see what happens. I would say there's 0% chance they get this. All right. Diego back. There's another hold. That was another hold by 54. Diego runs. He doesn't get the first down. I think it's a 4th and let's call it 6. 54 was holding back. Oh, my goodness. All right, so they're going to go for a field goal to get a few more points. I wouldn't trust the defense. Yo, if I was playing out, if I was Vanderbilt right now, I'm going for it. They couldn't stop a 4th down last week against Georgia. All right, so the field goal is a 33-yard attempt. It's good. So Vanderbilt now leads this game 33-28. Alabama's offense will have another. There's 0 chance that they are stopping this offense. 0. All right, so it's 33-28. Alabama will get the ball when we come back. Look at this. Vanderbilt only has a 60% chance. They know what's coming. Alabama's offense coming. We're going to keep the 4+2 hat on that you can get an athlete's thread. I told you, we put it on, T. We put it on, and literally it happened, okay? I don't want to take responsibility for any of that. But I'm telling you, like, there's no better combination in the country than 4+2 = 6. All right, I'm going to say this again. There is no better connection in the entire country than Jalen Milroe plus Ryan Williams. All right, the way that those two guys continue to play is absolutely fantastic. Be right back in 2 seconds. 7:07 on right now. We're about to watch Alabama put a touchdown. I would assume it would be 4+2, right? Yeah, Eric, I agree with you. Be back in 2 seconds. All right, fam, I got a question for you, okay? Inside the comment box, who scores this next touchdown for Alabama? I'm just going to say Ryan Williams. I'm going to say Ryan Williams, A, Jalen Milroe B. You know what? Give me Jeremy Bernard on a long pass. Look at in his see, you see that? He has leave no doubt this time. Instead of kill everybody. All right, I'm going to say, who do you guys think? I'm thinking Ryan Williams. Hollywood. Hollywood's the easy one. He's like the 2-to-1 odds to score this next touchdown. Big time players rise up. Look, that play, I'm just glad I was alive to see that play. Seriously. And even this play was dope. That play was crazy how he got like elevated. Man, this dude. All right. Here we go. Here comes Jalen Milroe and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Zero chance they stop this, I promise you. All right. Jalen Milroe fakes it. He's going to find C.J. Dupree for 20 yards down the middle of the field. Yo, C.J. Dupree's been having a nice game. He has 2 receptions for 66 yards. How about that? 1-1-1-1-1 says he misses the 2016 defense. Yeah, there's none of that anymore. There's Jeremy Bernard. Shakes off a defender. Yo, there's like, imagine trying to stop this offense. No, thank you. 16-yard completion. Jalen Milroe now 248 yards passing in the game. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Alabama has scored in each of its last 2 possessions. All right, here we go. Jalen Milroe, back to pass. Jalen Milroe is going to be sacked, hit, and it's going to be recovered by Vanderbilt.
Unbelievable.
Yo, oh my goodness. That was on pressure from the outside from Pritchett. The fans are going crazy. There's 9 minutes and 36 seconds left. But Milroe is absolutely tagged by what has been an absolutely physical defense, the most physical defense they have faced. Milroe gets tagged, fumbles the ball. They jump on it. Now it's getting serious. All right? Now it's getting serious. All right, pressure came off the edge. Let's see the replay. It's going to come from the top 29, working on Pritchett. Pritchett just gets completely burned.
I don't think he saw that.
No, Pritchett. Pritchett is supposed to protect him, and he failed. And look, Milroe gets tagged, has the ball down here. Ball comes out. Yo, oh my goodness, man. That's dangerous. That's dangerous for Jalen Milroe. And was that not man, tags him.
Where was he?
Absolutely tags him. Yo, I've never seen Alabama get hit like this. Now, these guys came to play. All right, so they got the ball at what? I don't know, their 48-yard line. Here comes Vanderbilt. Diego with, I don't know. Man, I don't even know. 5-yard run. My goodness. Chuck is asking, are you happy with the coaching? I look at the fans. I mean, look, you kind of start to wonder too, and we'll look at the Pro Football Focus grids tomorrow, but is there an issue at the right tackle position? I don't know. I mean, they didn't allow a sack last week. I mean, that was, an isolated play. We haven't seen that again and again, but, it's got to be tightened up. I mean, Milroe got absolutely tagged. Run for another 3 yards, so Vanderbilt's going to have a 3rd and 2, 8 minutes left. You get them off the field now, though. You get Alabama another chance. I don't think it's over until it's over with this Alabama offense. I really don't. I still, even now, I'm still not, I still believe. 75% chance that Vanderbilt now wins. If you look to the ESPN, this is the highest that they've had it so far, right? That's why it's going to be hilarious when they come back, right? And they pull out the dub. I don't know how, but I don't know. Are they going to get this second down? It's a 3rd and 2. It's going to be complete for another first down. Stowers has continued to eat up Alabama. Man. you look at, trending storylines and kind of, keys to the game. I mean, 11 for 17 on third down. You lose the turnover battle. It's not it. Vanderbilt, I mean, this is going to hurt in terms of the overall SEC standings. If they drop this game, Diego Pavia throws it. It's wide open on Damani Jackson. He's at like the 11-yard line. It was another 20-yard gain. Getting eaten up by Vanderbilt. By Vanderbilt. A team that's not ranked, a team that's lost 2 games. Did you eat the rat poison? Is this a better team overall? They lost 2 games in overtime. They lost to Missouri, and they lost to Georgia Southern. All right, you got 6 minutes and 40 seconds. You got Vanderbilt trying to punch it in. It's an option to the outside. The guy's going to get 8 yards, and Vanderbilt has a 2nd and 2. They score one more here. I mean, and you kind of look to how the SEC, the 1 and 2 is positioned, and you look to Alabama's continued road game. Think about this. This is Coach Kalen DeBoer's first road game in the SEC. Vanderbilt is a lot different than Neyland Stadium, is a lot different than Death Valley, and I'm sure he'll get them back on track. Right? But Vanderbilt 28,000 is not the same as Rocky Top being drilled into your brain again and again and again. It's not. And in fact, this is a home game for Alabama. Looks like it's going to be, is this a false start on Vanderbilt? But you know what? Look, let's say best case scenario right here. You stop them. You force a field goal, which makes it 36-28, right? So you go down the field and you can still score, go for the 2-point conversion. You take the game into overtime. Vanderbilt has played in 2 overtime games this season. Yeah. So it's not over. You stop them here. Now they score a touchdown. It gets really uncomfortable. So let's just see what they can do. I mean, to an unranked team, I don't know. Who do you guys pinpoint this on? Who would you pinpoint it on? Do you pinpoint it on the defense? Do you pinpoint it on the turnovers? Do you pinpoint it on, do you give credit to Vanderbilt in their offensive execution? Do you say that, I'm curious because I think when you look to this game collectively, I think there's a lot of things, that didn't go Alabama's way, but you look to how, one of the things that I look to right now is the fact that Vanderbilt controlled this game. The entire tempo, they controlled it. 34 minutes, time of possession. They forced 2 turnovers, right? They had a great game plan on the offensive side. Their quarterback, this kid's a baller. If this guy is able, think about this. Diego Pavia is about to be a legend wherever he's at. If he can hang on to this win, which I still think is far away unless they score a touchdown right here, he'll beat Auburn and he'll have beat Alabama. Who's the last quarterback that can say that within the last 2 years? But again, look, you stop them here. You force a field goal. You go down, you score, 2-point conversion. You're back in it. A lot of people saying Womack. Man, when I like Womack. Right now, I think he got outdueled. And if you're being outdueled by Vanderbilt, I'm worried about later on. Clock management, Beth James. The White Wolf is saying that it's the defense. Yeah. I mean, clearly the offense, creating those turnovers, but the defense has been completely eaten up by Vanderbilt. I think that's when you kind of boil down to it, it's that. It's going to be a 3rd and 2 for Vanderbilt. Yeah, but I would say that the defense is probably. I would say the defense is the biggest reason. I would say the 3rd down conversions points to that, and what also backs that up is the time of possession. But just like you said, the game isn't over. Kalen, thank you for your optimism. Appreciate you being here. This is a current, and this is kind of what we're going to. All right, is the time of possession. All right, so it is a 1st and 10 for Vanderbilt. The goal, I don't know, that got the 4. Diego Pavia spins out. It's a touchdown. And Vanderbilt takes a 39-28 lead over the Crimson Tide. Yo, 39-28. And that is a big touchdown. And you look to where how they have executed in the red zone on 4th down. Yo, they took it to Alabama's defense. Unbelievable. Yo, absolutely. This is embarrassing, yo, to the Vanderbilt. All right. Yo, Vanderbilt, the last time that they beat Alabama, I think dates back to the 70s. Like outright beat them. I'm going to look it up. You want to see something crazy? Look at this. 97% with 4 minutes remaining in the game. Vanderbilt has a 97% chance to win this game. What are the coaches going to say? Look, and you can talk to the coaches on Monday. How much on this is on Coach Kalen DeBoer about not having this team focused? You know? He's done a lot of interviews talking about this team. Look, season's not over. No, I agree, Michael. The game isn't over. Man, last year, it'd be interesting to kind of see the fallout and kind of what happens. Because after Alabama lost to Texas, man, that was bad. This is bad. This is after 14 million people watched that game. The good thing about it is the way that this college football season is framed. Because you can still get back on track. Right? The amount of high profile games, but how are you going to compete at Neyland Stadium? How are you going to compete in Death Valley? And you guys are right, the game's not over. It's 40-28, T, by the way. 40-20. PAT is good. And the drive, and the more that I look at it, I do think the defense, because I point to the 3rd downs, 12 of 18 right now for Vanderbilt, and the fact that they've controlled the time of possession 39-15. So, man. So now from Pete Golding, we go to Kane Womack. Do you think there's any accountability on Coach Kalen DeBoer? Do you think he'll have – and the thing is I'm curious to see what he has to say after the game. You know, did they eat the rat poison? You know, man, I just completely shocked. And you start to look at kind of, you know, how the SEC standings shake out. And again, I know it's not over. There's a long way. There's, 5 minutes to go. But if you're 1-1 in SEC and a lot of these teams, depending on their routes to get to the number 1 and number 2 spot, you don't have to win all your games, anymore. But I mean, losing to Vanderbilt, look, this is a good Vanderbilt team. I mean, obviously Diego Pavia was right. It's not the same Vanderbilt roster because, they went to the transfer portal and got all these guys. By the way, Pavia today, 15 of 19, 233 yards with 2 touchdowns. On the ground, he's rushed 17 times for 51 yards. Right? He has over almost 300 total yards against Alabama and 2 touchdowns. Vanderbilt, 379 yards of offense to Vanderbilt's 321. All right, 40-28. Let's see what happens. We got 1,094 on. Let's see how this team can fight right now. Back is completely against the wall, all right? Vanderbilt fans, all 200 of them, have a sign that says, it looks like a bed sheet that says, shock the world. Again, what I'm asking you, who do you kind of point, like, what are you pointing to? A lot of people saying the defense. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining us. Bama Football on YouTube. Jalen Milroe, quarterback. Shotgun formation, 2 wide receivers up top, 2 on the bottom, trying to get something going. Milroe back to pass, has pressure, gets it outside. It's completed to Josh Cuevas, the tight end. Tonight, Josh Cuevas has recorded 2 receptions for 22 yards. Alabama has to be in turbo mode, right? All right, and here comes Jalen Milroe, back to pass. He's rolling out to his right. He shoots down the field, and it's to Jeremy Bernard, who makes an incredible catch. It's not over. Big-time grab by Jeremy Bernard, the transfer from Washington. Yo, this guy he's phenomenal, too. He's been a great addition. Good ball placement, good catch. Bernard now has 72 yards in this game. That was an incredible catch. They're reviewing it. They're going to review it. Okay. And we'll have an update on Kobe Prentice, hopefully after the game. He went out earlier with an injury. It looked like a concussion to me. I'm not sure what's going to, I would imagine it's concussion protocols, but that was a great grab by Bernard. But I guess they are reviewing, whether he had possession of it. I don't know. Let's see what that looks like to me. Man, I would be completely, I've seen Alabama lose some games from time to time, but I mean, oh, he had that foot in. Yo, that's a catch. Yo, do you think that's a catch? Type yes. Type Y for yes if you think that's a catch. Type N for no if you don't think that's a catch. Why are we reviewing this? Damn, that was a good catch. And look, I think for those of you guys saying out there that it's not Milroe. No, Milroe, I think that Milroe's done a good job tonight. He's 17-22 for 300 yards. I mean, this is a pretty good performance. He has the interception. If you watch the game, it was a tipped pass. They made a good play on it. The fumble, I mean, the right tackle has to block. Otherwise, he gets, blown up. So that's where you get your 2 turnovers from. I mean, tonight he's connected with 9 receivers for 300 yards, 18 receivers now. So, I don't think it's a Milroe thing. I think it's a defensive thing. I think I point to the defense. So I think going forward, I think that Coach Kalen DeBoer has to make, I think he has to go with Kane and be like, look, what is happening right now? Because, in the last 2 games, the last 6 quarters of play, people have pretty much done what they wanted against Alabama's defense. Let's call it what it is, right? They have. I mean, Georgia comes back from 30-7. And Vanderbilt, post. And the crazy thing about Vanderbilt is it was kind of like methodically. 379 yards. Now, Alabama has an opportunity right here to put points on the board. And there's a lot of time left. Jalen Milroe to the outside. And I'd have a lot of faith still if Alabama fans, like, hang tight. This is not over. They put points on the board right here. You make a stop. I'm telling you, the game is not over. Here's Jalen Milroe. I believe in this kid 100%. It's not him. This guy can make plays. There's the throw, the outside. Receiver falls down. It was Ryan Williams, and it's a 3rd down and 10. Game is not over. Now you got to make a stop on defense, but the offense puts points on the board right here, touchdown. You're still very, very much in it. How many timeouts does Alabama have? Do they still have 3 timeouts in this game? Yeah, they still have 3 timeouts. Yeah, it's not. And plus, you have the 2-point. You have the. Josh is like, it's over, Kyle. It's not over. I don't think it's over yet. I'm not going to say it's over until it's like literally over. Look, a nice little pass across the middle. Jam Miller is going to get to, what was it, like a 9-yard game. It's going to be a 4th down. 3 minutes. Plus, you have the 2-minute warning. I don't think it's over. Look, I don't think it's over. Hey, Jalen Milroe gets the 1st down. So Vanderbilt called a timeout before Alabama got the playoff. So it's still going to be a 4th and 1. I don't think it's over. There's a lot of time. Now, it's going to be a little uncomfortable, but I don't think it's over just yet. I don't know. It's uncomfortable, but I don't think it's over yet. But I do think you have to have a conversation with the defense, right? And Kane Womack can kind of understand, what he's going to do to fix the defense. Because in the last 6 quarters of play, you've been outdueled, right? Mike Bobo, Vandy's OC in this game, they've done a really good job, executing against Alabama's defense. Clearly, there's enough players on Alabama's defense, but maybe they're not in the right spots, schematics. I really liked what Vanderbilt has been able to do offensively in this game. Just from the schematic standpoint, it's been impressive. The little shovel passes have been murderous. They've gone like 80 yards on those. Alex, no, the season's not over, man. No, don't trip. Here comes Alabama on a 4th and 1. And it's going to be a reverse or something like that to Ryan Williams. Oh, Ryan Williams in the end zone. 4 + 2 does equal 6 again. Ryan Williams came off. That's the type of gadget play. Yo, that was tight. So Ryan Williams scores off, I don't know, a 2-yard whatever kind of reverse. What would you guys call that? Hollywood, Alabama comes in and you score. And the game is now 40-35, pending the PAT. It was an 8-play, 75-yard scoring drive. There's a lot of time left. And Alabama has, check this out, Alabama has 3 timeouts and the 2-point conversion, or in the 2-minute warning. So there's 4 opportunities to stop the ball. So, just get a stop, give it back to Bama. All right, and we go back, and now Vandy, when we look at our board, now still has an 87% chance. So when you read the headlines tomorrow and you see that Alabama came back from 87% chance to lose to Vanderbilt, right? That was a tight play. They've been saving that. See, I agree. The defense needs to tighten up. It's not the offense's problem, and it's not Jalen Milroe's problem at all. Jalen Milroe has been really good. The last 2 games, he's been phenomenal. He's played himself absolutely into the first round. I mean, there's no denying. It's not him. And it's not the players or the play calling. Like, the offense is good. I am kind of curious about the lack of the big runs from the offense. Like, Jam Miller has 45 yards, Justice Haynes 23, and I understand kind of the schematics of the game, but it is something that is interesting to me compared to the beginning of the season. But when you look to, the defense, man, like, that's it. The defense isn't doing its job. And they're not doing their job. They didn't do their job in the second half up until – there was only 2 good things that happened. Mo, what's up? We appreciate you becoming a fan funder. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, Scoreboard needs to be updated to you. It's 40-35. There was only, 3 good things that happened in that second half against Georgia. The Ryan Williams touchdown from Milroe, the sack from Deontay Lawson, and then the interception by Xavier Brown. Other than that, Georgia pretty much did what they wanted to do. Here we find ourselves in this game where let's call it what it is, a shootout. Now this is grass basketball. I mean, the last game was, 41-34? And this game's 40-35. There's 2 minutes. So check this out. All right, everyone, relax. I'm telling you, Alabama pulls this game out. Chance is a fan funder as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's what's up. Thank you so much. So listen, they can stop 4 times. 4 times they can stop the clock. okay? They're going to win this game. It's uncomfortable. You have a right to be upset, and you have a right to be concerned about the defense, 1,000,000%. No one's denying that. But they will win this game, and they will improve from this, I hope. But you really have to take a look at the mirror on the defense and be like, yo, does this defense, are they vulnerable? And right now, I'd say yeah. So let's see what happens here. Diego Pavia in a pistol formation. He's going to take it himself. Really good pursuit by the defense. And I don't know, does he even get any? It looks like it's a -2. So now 2nd and 12, right? Alabama takes a timeout. There's a lot of people that thought that this game was over. Look, it's not over. Vanderbilt's in a very difficult spot here. But usually, like, you know, if there's a tight game or if even Alabama loses, sometimes you have to go back and kind of sleep on it or listen to the coaches, what they said or something like that. Or there's some sort of play that comes up in your mind and you're like, was that kind of the outcome? In this game, it was clearly that Vanderbilt's defense outdueled Vanderbilt's offense outdueled the defense. They had a better system, right? They did a better job executing, and that was it. Because it's not the offense. The offense is doing what they can do. And they control the time of possession. So it's on the defense. Period. 2nd and 12 for Diego Pavia. All right. Here comes Vanderbilt facing a 2nd and 12. Plenty of time. Get to play. Diego Pavia completes it. It's going to be a big pickup. He stays in bounds. It's going to be a completion of 19 yards. See what I'm saying? It's not on the offense. The offense did what they had to do. That was another first down. Now Alabama can still stop the clock 3 times. It's going to stop right here at the 2-minute warning, and then you're going to have 2 more opportunities. But you got to get a stop at some point to save the game. All right? You have to. Like this OC and this quarterback right here, it's a problem. You can't. You've had times to get a stop. Man, that was a good play by Diego. Be back in like 2 seconds. We got 14:72 on. I appreciate you guys. Yo, if you still think Alabama's going to win this game, type yes inside the comment box. We're gonna keep receipts. Type yes if you still think Alabama's going to win the game. Yes inside the comment box. Be back in 2 seconds. Looks like I got a sunburn inside my own house. Okay, we'll be right back. All right. Look, I still don't think it's over. All right. You know what? Wouldn't it be weird if, like, at the end of the game, Kane Womack rips off like a face mask and it's really Pete Golding? Yeah, anybody ever watch Scooby-Doo, like, in the end where you, like, were trying to figure out who the – remember growing up? Right? And it's Pete Golding and his, like, shaggy hair comes out and he's like, surprise, I'm back.
He's always your villain.
Yeah, yeah. Pete Golding, is he back up in the house? Man. CM is saying Ryan Williams and Justice Haynes gone next year. Bank on it. I wonder, they're going to have to recruit these guys again, right? More money. I mean, because how much are these guys worth? I mean, you got to pay Ryan Williams, what, like $10, $15 million a year? Easy. That guy's worth way more than that 1.5. He might be worth like 25, 35 million a year. All right. Tim, it's all right, man. We're going to get you through it. All right. You got to stop here. Let's see what happens. All right. 1st and 10, 2 minutes to go. Alabama has 2 timeouts. Got to get a stop here. This is a run up the middle, and it's a first down. All right. First down. It's the defense. They haven't been able to stop Vanderbilt. That's it. All right. 99% chance to win now, according to our little friendly computer. That's not good. Not good. Okay. I mean, obviously shit just got real. You can't stop Vanderbilt. I would imagine that you have, a tough time stopping South Carolina next weekend. I would imagine that you have trouble stopping Missouri and Tennessee and LSU too, right? I mean, how much do you think of this is on Coach Kalen DeBoer and kind of the preparation of this? Because, we've been on the honeymoon phase. They haven't faced any type of adversity. Is it just on the DC or is it on Coach Kalen DeBoer too? I don't know. Don't like it. Curious to see how this team fights back. This is clearly, I think this is embarrassing, to be honest, to be able to lose to Vanderbilt. Like, that's not the standard. Kingo saying it's on Womack. Vandy has 412 yards of offense, 252. But the thing about it is not even like the total offense. It's just about the way that they've been able to move the chains in critical position, like in critical timing, right? I appreciate you guys being on. I'm about to do my post-game reaction after this. So I appreciate you being here. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. This was obviously the game that we didn't anticipate to happen. And, here we are. So, we'll walk you through it. And I appreciate you guys being here. We got 1,900 up in the house. Let's see if some last-minute miracles can happen. Diego Pavia is going to get another first down. Another first down. All right, we're going to start. All right, that's it. That's it. All right, I'm going to start my post-game reaction right now. All right. Unbelievable. Wow. That one, T, right there. All right, 3, 2, 1. Fam, what's going on? It is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. That wasn't it. That was not it, right? That is not the standard when you play for Alabama football. All right, no excuses. And I want to ask you, as we get going, who do you point the finger on, right? I'm going to tell you like this, okay? I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's on the defense. The defense has to come up with stops. 1,000,000%. How many times did we see during this game the defense needed to make a play and they didn't? If you want to use this for rat poison in the locker room, whatever you have to do, play it again and again. People continue to see Alabama's defense as vulnerable. They showcased that today. Diego Pavia, right? A dude from New Mexico, right? Beat Auburn last year, and he beat you now too, Alabama. All right? Let that sit in. Vanderbilt was unranked. They hadn't beat Alabama since before everyone was born. What was it, back to the 80s? The defense is not right. This is not the standard. And you know what? The last 6 quarters of football, there's something going on, all right? So Kalen DeBoer, in all of your interviews that you've done, like, what is going on with the defense? Right? Because, look, I like Kane Womack. I do. But look, the defense has been eaten up. The last 2 quarters of play, you've been eaten up. You have been. The defense is not it. Right? What happened to the team that had a 17% third down conversion tonight? Vanderbilt came in and they did what they wanted to do against Alabama. The number 1 team. Were you rat poisoned? Was that it? Did you buy into it? Look, and I'll tell you, you know what? It's not on the offense. It's not on the offense at all, because you know what? This 4 + 2, it equals 6. It's not on Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe played a great football game. The interception was a tipped pass that went in the air, and they made a great play. All right? It wasn't on him. And it sure as hell's not on Ryan Williams. Look, I get it. The offensive line, they should have done a great job blocking, right? That's why Jalen Milroe got hit up. That was on Elijah Pritchett. It's not on Jalen Milroe, because that guy is playing his heart out. All right? This was on the defense. The defense tonight, this was why. So how do you respond to this game? What do you do from here? How do you fight? And what can you continue to do going forward in SEC play? And I'll tell you what. Guess what? Vanderbilt, it's not like playing. This is a home game for Alabama. Nash Vegas, you're supposed to be hitting Broadway, right? You're right now. Guess what they're saying in the SEC? Alabama's vulnerable, right? And guess what? Guess what? Vanderbilt is not like Neyland Stadium. It's not like Death Valley. I don't even know if this team is better than South Carolina and Missouri. And going on the road to Oklahoma, and you know that Auburn is going to play somehow their best game of the year. Tighten up. Tighten up. This is your first chance of adversity. How are you going to respond in this game, after this game going forward? You should be disgusted. This is not the standard. This is not the standard of the Alabama Crimson Tide. This isn't it. They're pouring Gatorade on the coach. They're pouring Gatorade. This isn't the standard, all right? Fix it immediately. You have an opportunity. This season is designed to take a couple L's, right? You got to get back on track. Hats off to Vanderbilt. Hats off to Diego Pavia. He said only God knew who would win the game. Clearly, he was right. He said that the fans are storming the field. He said that this is a different Vanderbilt team. He was right. This guy beat Auburn. He beat Alabama. He probably coming for your team, too. Kyle Henderson at Bama Football on YouTube. Not it. Not the standard. Fix it. Be right back with a postgame show. All right, fam, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. This is our post-game show. We'll have Coach Kalen DeBoer up at the podium as soon as possible. Let me go over some stats. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for being here on the show. Clearly not good when you dive into the stats of this particular game. I mean, you don't necessarily need to even zoom in kind of to the Alabama offensive stats, but I will because, just for sake of it. Clearly it's not on Jalen Milroe, man. Like, I think the kid played a great game, to be honest. 19 of 25, came up with some big plays when he had to. 312 yards. The running game was interesting. Really can't seem to get that going over the last couple of games. Justice Haynes, I still feel he's kind of being underutilized in an offense like this. I think he's a player that, deserves a lot more opportunities. But then again, I don't see a lot of problems with the offense, to be honest. Jeremy Bernard has certainly been a welcome addition. And then you have Ryan Williams, who is he's so phenomenal. It's absolutely crazy. He is that guy. And I'm just like, the play he made tonight was, incredible as well. On this side, this is where it starts. I mean, if you want to look at the game, we'll have Coach Kalen DeBoer, coming up, as soon as we can to the podium. But this is it. Diego Pavia, like, credit to the kid, 16 to 20. He beat Auburn last year. He beats Alabama this year, 252 yards, 2 touchdowns, came up with big plays. You look at that 4th down play that he had. That was a big-time throw and a big-time catch by his wide receiver in the end zone. Got atop of Malachi Moore and Keon Sabb. These guys ran right at Alabama, up the middle of the field. They gashed Alabama. They had Alabama guessing. A lot of those shovel passes, that was absolutely wild, right? 21 to 64. Pavia runs for 56. But this guy, Stowers, he did a really good job for Vanderbilt. I think he put himself on the map. He had 6 catches today for 113. He was targeted 13 times. But I'll tell you where it really, the difference of the game is when you scroll to this other side right here and you zoom in and you start to go over some of these game comparison stats. This is where you really see the story unfold. And it was completely on the defense, all right? Completely on the defense, 100%, all right? They allow 418 yards to Vandy, passing yards 252. And it wasn't like one way or another. It was a balanced attack. And it was like really scripted to where they were able to take advantage of Alabama's defense and capitalize most efficiently that we've seen so far on 3rd down, right? 12 of 18. Like, that is absolutely unacceptable. And you think about it, against Georgia, look, they had a pretty good hold on, we just got a tweet in here. I don't know what Tony is saying on Twitter. But you kind of looked at what happened against Georgia, right? They were, 5 of 5 on 4th downs? And in this game, you go into 3rd down situation, and Alabama had been absolutely elite. 12 of 18, okay? 12 of 18. Total plays, 75. Look at that. And that's the game storyline, all right? 75 total plays is just absolutely crazy. Yards per play, and so this is it. It was the yard. It was these 3 things. 3rd downs, right? 12 of 18. And look at this. The time of possession, 42 minutes. And that's you couldn't get off the field against these guys. You couldn't. And that was ultimately what led to this game. So I think it's a learning opportunity. Is the season over? No. I think just like Georgia, I think you go. I'll be interested to hear, on their game recaps, what Coach Kalen DeBoer says. Because this is a learning opportunity for his team. His team has not faced adversity. The entire program has not faced adversity, right? And you're right, Redfish. The defense is not it, man. For those of you that come in and say this is on Milroe or no, stop. Because he played a great game. The last game he played great. You can you might question some of the schematic. I don't even know if you could do that because they do a great job on offense, right? But on the defensive side, the last 6 quarters of play, they've got out-coached. And, so it's Coach Kalen DeBoer's job to sit down, fix things with his DC. Because sometimes those games, even against like when Pete Golding was here, we were like, no, Juiced, it was embarrassing. No, I'm not denying that. Absolutely. Like, nobody wants to lose to an unranked team. Vanderbilt, that's like the biggest thing that's ever happened to them, right? But it is on the defense. It's up to Coach Kalen DeBoer to steer this ship right. I mean, Alabama lost an early season game last year, and they were able to come back, make a run. So I think the season's not over. It's far. There's a lot of games left. And by the way, I'm waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer if you're waiting. So waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer. And I'm curious to see if anybody, it calls out the defense. I mean, I did in my instant reaction. Go watch it. It wasn't it. It's all been, this has been the honeymoon, but the honeymoon ended. The honeymoon ended tonight, which is fine because you go forward and now you're 1-1 in SEC play with a really challenging schedule. If you thought that playing in Nashville was tough, just wait. Just wait till you go to Tennessee, Knoxville, right? And you know what? I don't know if they really got rat poisoned or whatever. Josh brings up a good point. Saban lost his first year to ULM, right? Louisiana Monroe. I'll be curious to see what Coach Saban has to say, too, about the team. And he'll spin it in a positive way. But the honeymoon's over. The defense, man, that just wasn't it. They couldn't get they couldn't make turnovers. They couldn't get off the field. But I don't see anything wrong with the offense. So let me ask you, inside the comment box, when you point, honeymoon, we need a divorce. No, I think it's too early for that. Because I still do. I mean, this team is so dangerous. They have the best athletes in the country. It is embarrassing to lose to Vandy on the SEC network. And I guess you could have been, 0-2 if you don't come back and win against Georgia. But, time to man up and see what you got. This is a long way, man, from being over. When you looked at the penalties, 6 of 57 for Alabama and 3 of 20 for Vanderbilt. There was that one drive, and again, we're waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer. Any updates on that? You kind of look to that one drive where Alabama committed 3 penalties. Those were the mental errors. But other than that, I just thought that Vanderbilt was able to find open windows. And plus, man, the quarterback was tough. Man, he found different windows. He made throws. They made some contested catches, but for the majority, these guys were either opened or they just gashed Alabama up the middle. So, clearly not it. I know you're upset. I'm upset too. It's going to take a little bit of time to, kind of wrap your head around it. But you don't have to dive deep to, figure out, what the problem was. The problem was you got out-coached by the offensive coordinator at Vanderbilt. That's it. So, I'm going to take a quick commercial break. I'm still waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer, so hang tight. Please stand by. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Fam, what's up? Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being patient. Still waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer to hit the podium. If I can't, if I can't bring it here, well, I'm gonna wait. I think I might be able to. So just please stand by. I'm just waiting for Coach Kalen DeBoer. But feel free to sound off. Once I do get Coach Kalen DeBoer, I'll bring it momentarily. But I gotta my throat from my post game reaction. Plus, it looks like I got sunburned in my own house, which I'm still trying to figure out how. Maybe I'm just red. The hat. Yo, but the defense just sucked, man. Just like it's frustrating because, you know, like out of all teams to lose to, you lose to Vanderbilt. In a way like that, like it, you know, that's just not it. I mean, that just wasn't good football on the defense. Rocket Town, I know, man. Like people don't understand blood pressure, and that's the thing is it's definitely not on Milroe. It's not. I mean, what did he do? I'm not even gonna go down that rat hole because it has nothing to do with his play. Nothing. It's just Vanderbilt beat Alabama. The offense. I mean, has anyone given credit to Vanderbilt inside the comment box? I mean, shit. They had a really good game plan. And Diego Pavia, man, that dude's a baller. That's what Kane Womack said before. Juiced, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, no, I agree, man. So again, I'm just waiting on Coach Kalen DeBoer. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm still waiting to see if we can bring it. You'll see it come on when I'm able to get it. So just give me a second, please. I appreciate you guys standing by.
To move forward, to get back to work. Energy all week long. Energy all week long. I really do think our guys prepared hard. You know, there's some things that we're going to look back on tomorrow and be really frustrated about. You don't like talking what ifs, and that's going to be the situation we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. But GL week long. Energy all week long. I really do think our guys prepared hard. There's some things that we're going to look back on tomorrow and be really frustrated about. You don't like talking what ifs, and that's going to be the situation we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. But the guys in the locker room just talked about there is only one option. It's to move forward, to get back to work. I feel we got a great football team. We weren't at our best today, and we're going to find out really how much we care about each other and what it looks like moving forward. So we've been tested in different ways, really a lot of the games here this season, and this is a different type of test for us now in our response.
Thanks, Coach. Nick, why don't you go start?
Yeah, third down, I think they were 12 for 18. What do you think led to you guys having issues just getting off the field defensively?
Yeah, I mean, the quarterback did a nice job creating, and we got to do a better job of just being disciplined. Do our job, and he keeps things alive with his feet. Whether it was third down or just other downs, whether they converted some third and longs. I think those are the frustrating ones, and so just great execution on their part. Obviously, we expect to, do good on third down too, because we've done great things on third down. It's been more fourth down, so guys certainly are frustrated about that, and we'll look at it and understand that they attacked us in a few different ways. But tip the hat to them. I mean, made the throws, made the catches they needed to, and got themselves in some manageable third downs early in the game. I think it was 6 for 7 or so right away, and so they just continued to wear on us, stayed on the football field. I see the time of possession, and that just continues to wear on your defense when you're out there that long.
Katie?
After you scored to cut it to 5, how much consideration was given into doing an onside kick, or kind of what was the process there?
Yeah, no, a lot of consideration. Just understanding this, everything with the timeouts and the 2-minute warning and all that. Just really felt we were going to be in a good spot. Even if they got one first down, depending on when that was, we would still be able to have a good amount of time to move down the field. I don't think it was a matter of us being able to find guys and execute and get the ball down, and score offensively. So it was just a matter of getting the ball back. So obviously, when it doesn't go the way you want, you always look back and second guess. Maybe wish you tried to onside kick it, but I felt good about the decision at the time, and honestly, I still do right now.
Chase?
Near the end of the first quarter, Vanderbilt punts. You guys have the substitution penalty with a couple of number 2s on the field. They get a first down and end up scoring a touchdown. How damaging was that sequence? Yeah,
it's a team. We win as a team, we lose a team. That's all of us, and we have communication and ways of making sure we're all on the same page, and just what we called requiring certain guys to be on the field didn't get circulated around to everyone. I mean, we're well aware of that situation, and just got to do a better job. It's like I said, we win as a team and we lose a team, and those are the things that really hurt you, because I think they kept the drive alive and then ended up scoring a touchdown, and it was just that hump that we couldn't quite get over through a lot of the game, and that one is an early one.
Left side, Mike.
Malachi was pretty heated at the end of the game there. What was his message in the locker room? What was his demeanor in the locker room?
Yeah, he was much better when he got in the locker room. The guy pours everything into what he does. Doesn't make it okay, and we want to, be first class in everything we do. And there's a lot of guys that are really frustrated. So, I think the key is that we turn that frustration into, positives moving forward, and make sure we remember what we feel here tonight, and remember that tomorrow when we show up, and Tuesday and Wednesday, and all season long. And so Malachi, I'm 100% confident he will do that. He's the frustration out there again comes from the work that he puts in, the belief he puts in. There's not a guy that there's a couple guys that were critical from day one when I got here that put their foot down and believed in this place, and he's certainly one of them. And we are going to continue to believe in him, and he leaves it out on the football field, not just in every game, but every day when we're working out and practicing. He's very vocal. He's, and we need him to continue to be that way.
Front right, Tony.
Speaking of Malachi, though, was Kane Womack trying to take him out of the game at one point? It seemed like you put in Bray Hubbard and then he wouldn't leave the field. How do you approach that situation?
I'm not sure. When was this?
At the very end, it seemed like Bray Hubbard
yeah,
came into the field and then Malachi wouldn't leave.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he's not going to get another penalty. I mean, I think with the penalty on him, I guess I was looking at something else, and so I actually thought it was someone up front that got the penalty, and so just as that communication, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's what was happening there.
How do you, I guess, like, if he is refusing to leave, is there a way that you approach that? Or?
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it if that's what was going on there.
All right, Colin.
You talk about time of possession and in those moments. I'm curious about what kind of the message. It seems like something that's happened over the course of these past few games. You've seen moments of whether it's time of possession, whether it's those long drives, bend the road, don't break defense. Is that something that's you feel has been consistent and kind of just bubbled up under the pressure here against this offense?
Yeah, I think it's happened in different ways, right? It happened last week when there was that desperation for them to continue to go for it on fourth down. We were doing a good job on third down. This was a little different scenario. They just did a nice job on third down. I really don't feel like they would have probably been pressing as much, especially given the score, letting their defense go out there and do their thing. That's what they've done through the first games that they played, is played team football, played field position. I think they'd only gone for it 3 times, I think, all year going into today. So, we needed to get off the field on third down. And, again, there's things in all phases that we can do better. We need to take care of the football. We need to get off the field on third down. And so, we're going to own it as a team, and we're going to, keep moving forward.
All right, last 2 questions. Wyatt on the left back.
Right before that last touchdown drive, you were talking with Jalen Milroe during the timeout. What were you saying to him in that moment?
Are you talking about the one before we scored?
Yes, sir.
We go through 2-minute drill, every week, and I just keep reminding him of all the scenarios, and that was something I know he was asking a lot about this week when he and I were meeting, and I just reminded him that most 2-minute drills, it isn't about the clock, it's about running out of downs, and as much as he's going to want to push the ball down the field, and he needs to feel that he can do that because we were making plays and we were getting guys open. He needed to make sure he always understood the down and distance situation and continued to make sure we were getting first downs. 5 minutes to go or so. So it was about that and getting first downs and then leading to a score. And I thought he did a great job. I thought he managed it, got us down there. We got the 4th down. We scored a touchdown.
Finish up with Charlie, front right.
Were you at all surprised by what Vanderbilt did offensively? And regardless, how do you guys feel like you adjusted to what they were doing?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's their style. That's what they've been doing. They've been controlling it. They've been making it close. They're going to run the clock down. They're going to shorten the game. We knew that was going to be the case. We talked about it all week long, that's Coach Lee, and that's why all week I said he's done a great job of playing team football. And that's exactly what they did, I think, it come down to be assignment sound, and, they put you in isolated spots where one guy's got to get the ball carrier down, and, they're just slippery enough, especially when the quarterback, just being able to, make people miss, and he's a tough kid, and, did a nice job when you got, kind of running to him. They threw just enough play action and wrinkles at you to get you on the other spots with the other skill that was around him. The 4th down was probably the tough one. The touchdown that they had, just I thought we had a guy there and just throwing it up in the air and kind of spinning around. But that's what you do. It's 4th down. You throw it up when everything seems covered, and hats off to them. They made a play.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
Energy all week long.
All right, fam. I appreciate you guys joining me. I know it is not the way that you wanted it to turn out. That's not the standard. That's not it. I just uploaded Coach Kalen DeBoer's press conference. I got some work that I got to do now on kind of the backside. So more news as it happens. I appreciate you guys being here. Look, the season's not over. Just like they didn't win anything against Georgia, they didn't lose anything, probably except their pride and the fact that they got to, turn it up, in the next couple of weeks as they get into SEC play, because the only number 1 versus number 2 play in the SEC. How good do you want to be? That's it. Like, where do you want to go from here? It's up to the players. So, Coach Kalen DeBoer, I'm sure he's been in this situation before. That defense isn't the standard. If you really want to piss people off at Alabama, don't play defense. All right, and that's it. And how do you look if you're a recruit that has been committed to Alabama? How do you viewing Alabama now with the loss of Vandy? Right? I don't know. This is probably one of the most embarrassing losses that Alabama's had in a while. But credits to Vandy. Hats off to them, and they were well prepared. I'll catch up with you guys soon. I appreciate you guys, and